brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
Hey, you watching Poindexter?
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
And I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. Do you like nerd stuff? Yeah? Then you'll love this. You never know what might happen or who might show up at the lounge.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on, and I'm glad you're that for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
The Incredible Hulk will not be presented this evening.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is good to have you with me in the lounge. It's good to have you and you and you. It's like Romper Room. I see Cherie and I see Black Ops and who else do I see? I should go like around the actual thing. I see Blake and I see Patrick and I see RJ and I see Ryan and I see you. And hey, if you are into things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more, then you have found the right place. So please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell because we want you here. We want you here. We want you to be part of this growing group of nerds because the Poindexter Lounge is a place for... there was a rousing silence. Oh, wait, hold on. I got it. We'll get this one. It's a place for nerds. That's right. It's a place for nerds. So welcome. It's good to see you tonight. I'm glad that you decided to come by and spend a little bit of time with us on the program tonight. We got an interesting program. We've got a couple light things, that just kind of like some release date stuff, and we can talk a little bit about that. And then we got some picks from Indiana Jones. We got a couple light topics tonight. And then, just some fun stuff. I'm sure the MCU fans will be interested in our conversation tonight about Bill Murray. But we got a couple of we got a couple of serious ones. One, the possible strike that is brewing in Hollywood. And then I want to have a real conversation about the comments made today by Dean Cain about Jonathan Kent coming out yesterday. I thought we had a really great discussion with Austin and Brian. And tonight we got a couple of other friends coming in. And I think I want to have a real good discussion about this. And also, I want to not just talk about, because I think last night, we came to a good kind of concept of kind of some of the things that was going on with that. Right. And that it's not just as easy as Superman coming out as bisexual, or at least the Jonathan Kent version, right? And one of the things, like, I don't have a problem, and again, I want to state this from the very beginning, because I think there's people who may assume there's people who assumed that they knew what I would think of this for some reason, simply because they know I'm a minister, right? And so there's people who thought that I would be upset that Jonathan Kent is bisexual. And I want to make very clear before we even get into that conversation that is not the case. I'm not upset about that. I believe in characters of all backgrounds. I believe in equality. I believe people being represented in media and in TV shows and movies and games and things that we're part of. I've had this conversation with many people, from my faith, who have the opposing view. I've known people, and I've shared this before, who've come up to me and said, well, like, I don't want to see gay people in shows. Well, I'm sorry. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's like saying you don't want to see any of anything, any, group of people in any kind of broadcast or anything. That's just dumb, because people exist. People of all types exist, and they should be represented. I think the discussion that we had last night was really good, though, discussing, like, what is the motivation behind companies when they put that out there, and when they choose to, make a character a certain, background, whether or not we've talked about before, like the issue with Black Superman, for example. And we've talked about, like, when Warner Brothers has now, has this version of Black Superman that they're going to do that has nothing to do with anything that's actually been there of the Black Superman in the comics, but is simply Clark Kent. And all of our friends who are people of color, who are a part of the channel and abroad, I still have yet to meet somebody who thinks it's a good idea. They have a specific view on that. And so last night I thought it was good that we were able to actually talk to somebody who is of the background of being bisexual, and to actually have that conversation with somebody like, how do you feel about this? Does this feel natural? Does this feel real? And we all kind of came to the consensus that we hope that going forward, that they write the character well, right? That they do a great job with this instead of it just being, hey, this is our token thing, right? We made, because a couple months ago they made Tim Drake, Robin, a character who's been around for a couple decades now or more. And actually we were all talking about it afterwards, still after the show was done. And Austin's going to be in here, so I'll let Austin speak for himself. But even he mentioned, like a character like that had been around for a long time, that felt weird to him. Like he's willing to give the Jonathan Kent thing a chance, but like the Tim Drake thing felt weird to him. So I just think it's a good conversation to have, but I want to make sure that everybody understands my position coming into it is that I am not of the mind that that this shouldn't be. But tonight we're going to talk about Dean Cain's comments, and let's break down what Dean Cain said. And then I also want to break down how different media outlets actually promoted it, because I know that a lot of people have a problem with Dean Cain. And that's fine. Look, Dean Cain has been very, very vocal about many things. And sometimes he has not been, we've tried to get him here on the program here, and we've actually had contact with Dean, and it just hasn't happened yet. And look, I'll be the first to admit that even though I enjoyed him as Superman, he hasn't always presented everything the way that I'd like to see him present it. But like tonight we're going to break that down. So that's one of the ideas. And then of course the strike and some other things. And of course, just like usual, we're going to have fun. But I just wanted to put that out there first. First of all, hey, welcome. Want to say a shout out to all of our patrons. Thank you guys for all that you do and for all that you mean to us. We really, really appreciate each and every one of you and what you bring to the show on just a daily basis, And then of course, I'm trying to share something here. This is our members list. Look at our new members list as it goes by. I had to make it this fast at least, or else we'd be here like all day, because we've got well over 50 members. You guys are awesome. Look at these awesome people. So I do want to say a shout out. If you notice here, the two latest members. Right here, Cinefinity and Beyond was on the program last night and got in there. And then when I checked the list, somebody off, not even during a live stream, became a member, and that is Green Vase. So welcome Cinefinity and Beyond and Green Vase to membership. We're so grateful to have you guys here as members of the channel, and grateful that you guys put your trust and in us, and we're thankful for that. So thank you guys so much for that. All right. That being said, I'm going to say hi to a couple people, and then we're going to get started. What's up, Blake? Good to see you tonight, Blake. My night's going pretty good. The Dodgers won, or are winning. I don't know. Is the game over yet? I'm a Dodger fan. I'm sorry. I don't make any. I know everybody's like all about San Francisco. Brian's in the back right now going, oh, San Francisco. No, but you know what? Hey, I think it's great. It's going to be hopefully a 5-game series. I don't know if the game's over or not. When I came in here, the game was still on, but Dodgers were leading. So, but anything can happen. Anything can happen. We all know that. What's up, Patrick? Good to see you. Yep. What's up, RJ? What's up, Ryan? Good to see you. What's up? Oh, good to see you. Yes, says hey, Enosh, Brian, and fam. Hope is great. Yes, all is good. What's up, Anthony Beltre? Good to see you. Says, what's up, Enosh? How was your day? I can't wait for the new episode of Masters of the Universe Revelation. We're going to talk about that. Yes, my day was good. I you know what? Honestly, I slept a lot today. I need to get up tomorrow. I have a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Dat Dude Vince is in the house. Venomous Prime is here. Transform and roll out. What's up, Geek Studios? Always good to see Geeks, man. I love Geeks. Geeks is a good guy. Go subscribe to Geek Studios. Go find Geek Studios here on here. Geeks, you have a wrench, so you could drop a link to your channel if you want, buddy. And go check out what Geek Studio is doing. What's up, Mary? There she is right there. I'll be listening for now and be in the chat later. Awesome. Good to hear. What's up, Caden Reed? Says, dang it, Chucky TV is about to be on. I'll miss the first hour of the stream, sadly. Ah, bummer. I DVR'd it. So I'm going to go back and watch it because I want to watch it with my son tomorrow because he's a huge Chucky fan. What's up, Cherie? Says, did I miss Ryan Reynolds? I don't think you did. Maybe you did. I'm not sure. I had it all loaded and then it all went away. StreamYard did this weird thing to me. That was why I was a little choppy maybe at the beginning. Anthony Grigsby is in the house. Says hello, Enosh, and everyone in the chat. Paul's here. Good to see you, sir. Let's see who else is here. Whoops. Again, this is jumping all over the place. This program, I tell you what, I need to look into the other programs that some of my friends are using these days, because StreamYard is just acting really weird. Austin Lean in the house, nerds. Yes, you all had it. There you go. You all had it. Blake says Poindexter Lounge, where I have been appreciated for the past month. Can't believe it's been that long. Working long hours takes a toll on your body. Relaxation is key. Blake, I am so glad that you feel that about our channel, because that's what we're really all about, is being appreciated, appreciating others, caring about others. And like I said, and like I always say, you guys are our nerd family. You really are. You're our nerd family, and we're so glad for you. What's up, David Michael Babin? Is it Babin or Babin? I'm not sure, but hey, good to see you. Says, hey, Enosh, been a while, but have a great show. Thank you, David. Good to see you, man. Let's see. Amparo is here. Says, I agree with what he said regarding Superman's son, talking about Dean Cain. We're going to get into it. Let's break down what he actually said. I always like to listen. There's people that I don't like who sometimes say something that makes me have to stop and think, even if I don't want to think about that, right? Like, even if I don't want to agree with somebody, so we're going to talk about that. What's up, Ryan? Good to see you, bro. What's up, Jeff Glaffelty? Good to see you as well. Michael Castillo is in the house. Says, hello there, Enosh. I heard a rumor that the Flash movie will be kind of like a what if, and the Flash will travel back to multiple points in the Snyderverse and create new. So far, that's a rumor. I don't want to look. I don't have too much of a of an idea what that is. I know that that's been something that's been presented, but I haven't actually seen anything that actually says yes, that's what it is. I think some of that would probably be a mistake if it happened, but we'll see. TW is in the house, but Enosh, the Cubbies. I know, but the Dodgers, man. For me, it goes Tigers, Dodgers, Cubbies. That's my loves right there. That's my baseball fandom right there. Tigers, Cubbies, or Tigers, Dodgers, Cubbies. So there you go. Katsuka is in the house. Says, hola, everyone. You Do Suck is in the house. Hey, there's Super Cam 1721 in the house. Good to see you guys. Always good to see you guys. What's up, Nash? Hey, what's up, my friend? What's up, my friend? 187 is here. Go Braves. Hey, I used to watch the Braves a little bit too, honestly. I was never a big, huge Braves fan, but I did like to watch the Braves occasionally. Integrity 101, there he is. And Zach is back. Zach is back. That somebody should put that in a song. Like, hey, did you hear that Zach is back? He was attacked, took the flak, he got the sack back on track. He got the final laugh, and man, he got his freaking movie back. Well, here he goes. Says he will direct Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, starring Ben Affleck. Zack Snyder's Justice League is relaunching the Snyderverse. This is the first big do-over in cinematic history. I love your enthusiasm, man, for sure. All right. Well, so here we go. We're going to jump right in. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I'm always glad. Oh, you know what? One thing I did forget to say, talking about our members and our patrons and everything. Don't forget that this week's giveaway is Batman The Long Halloween. This right here, courtesy of Mark at Benson's. Good guy sent us this to give away. It's got this nice, I can't even describe it, man. It feels so nice. It's not glossy. It's like a satin. That's what it feels like. It feels like satin. It's got this great cover. I tell you what, it's awesome. But right there, the whole story, right there for you. Somebody's going to win that. All you got to do is be either a member, a patron, or of course, give a super chat at any time. And somebody is going to take that away. So there you go. All right. That being said, we've got a couple of guests, and I know that we got a guest that's coming in later. Austin is going to be showing up in just a little while, so I definitely want to have Austin in for one of these big conversations. So he said he was on his way. So we'll We'll get him in here in just a minute. But first, you love this guy. I love this guy. What would the Poindexter Lounge be without the man, the myth, the legend, my right-hand guy? I stole him from Max so that he could be here with you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian, Master of None.
You've reached the voicemail of Brian, the man with the world's largest brain. It's only one letter off. It's not brain, it's Brian. You've reached Brian. Leave a message.
This is true.
What's up, Brian?
I'm doing well. It's my Friday night. Had a successful night at work. Got a little bit busy, but not too bad. And live to tell the tale. Here to talk some nerdy stuff before I go to bed.
There you go. There you go. All right. And then also, we got him out of bed. Actually, speaking of getting people out of bed, we got him out of bed to talk about this story. And so, a couple of stories. And
Thank you, TW.
Because we wanted him to be a part. I always love it when I love his parts, and he's being funny. I was joking. I said, the first time that if I say anything positive whatsoever about Dean Cain, right, I got to watch it because they'll come after me. They'll come after me. Everyone will come after me. But it's okay. But look, everybody says something right sometimes. But here we go. There he is, right there.
I made this. You're getting canceled tonight, right? That's why we're here.
No, I'm going to try not to get canceled tonight by just doing something, by saying anything positive about any of the things that were said. Like actually breaking down what was actually said. So yeah. So
that's funny.
What's up, Truth 31? Good to see you, man. You're always welcome, bro. If you want to jump on in, man, you should have the link. If you don't, let me know, man. What's up, Michael K? Says, man, Phantom Menace will be angry they failed to cancel. Masters of the Universe, right? Yeah, it's still around. Ain't going nowhere. Power Talk is here. Good to see Power Talk. And I thought I saw somebody else here. Who else did I see there? Oh, Jeff Lafelty asked me, forgot to ask you if you enjoyed Transformers 86 movie. Yes, I enjoyed it a lot seeing that in the theater. It was really cool to see that in the theater. And yeah, it's a good movie, man. I righted a wrong that happened to me, years and years ago. So I didn't get to see it in the theater when I was a kid. So
yeah.
So how you been, RJ?
Movies like that.
Yeah,
I'm doing good. It's been kind of a slow day. Did a couple streams, just chilling, hanging out. Ready to talk about some nerdy stuff.
Yeah, man.
Some hot topics too. It's been some hot topics this week between this and the Dave Chappelle thing.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the Dave Chappelle thing. So I watched that this morning. I did watch it, and
a lot of controversy in the news.
I know, man. Like everybody is losing their mind, but
people really hate him right now. I'll say that much.
I know they really hate him, but he's a comedian, and I think we have to be careful. This is not even a topic for tonight. My goodness, but I do think we have to be careful. Like, when we start going after comedians, because the point of comedy is to, I think, make us take a step back, be able to take a look at ourselves,
hard truths.
Yeah, take a look at ourselves and laugh at the things that are funny about it. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I love like South Park, for example. Like, I'm a Christian, but I love the fact that they lampoon Christians all the time.
South Park makes fun of everyone, which is what's great about it.
Yeah.
Nobody's safe on that show.
And I think that's the point, right? Like that's like if you got somebody who's just picking on like one
specific
demographic
group of people,
yeah, then that's something I think that you take a look at and you go, well, I don't know if that's cool. That
could actually be a problem, But...
Exactly.
It's just been bizarre to me though that I don't want to ramble on too much about this the whole show, of course, but just like it's just been bizarre to me. Like people at Netflix are like, I don't want to work at Netflix anymore until you guys get rid of Dave Chappelle or this and that. I refuse to work with you unless like you apologize. And the Netflix CEO's like, we support creative freedom, and it's like they mentioned cuties. I'm like, yeah, people said they're gonna cancel Netflix over cuties and never did. So people are gonna cancel over Dave Chappelle. It's like I'll believe when I see it,
Well, isn't that the first thing though that people run to is like I'm gonna cancel, but hey, you know what? When that show that they like is on,
yeah, it's like remember when cancel HBO Max was a thing?
Yeah, I mean, look, just don't. You know, I think the answer to that is just don't go running off saying that you're going to cancel that you're going to cancel your
Well, it's
membership.
even more bizarre. Like writers and like showrunners are like, I don't want to work with Netflix anymore. Like that person who's in charge of like what Dear White People was like, nope, I'm done with Netflix. I'm going somewhere else.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, if you're sensitive and going to a comedy show, like you're clearly in the wrong place. Like, I don't know. Like, I've always been a fan of the offensive comics. Like, I used to listen to George Carlin all the time. Like, I had a lot of his jokes, not right now, but I used to have them all memorized. That's how much I used to watch George Carlin. It's like Robin Williams. Like, dude, some of the stuff Robin Williams said.
Oh my gosh,
dude. Go back and watch a Robin Williams comedy special.
But Brian, people don't know that because you know why?
That's what
because people didn't watch his comedy specials. Everybody watched Mork and Mindy, and they remember him being in Peter Pan, and they have all these, right? And they have all these wild memories, you know, like, you know, but like. Seriously, man,
he was
like,
vulgar, man. Like his comedy was edgy back then. Like,
heck yeah.
Or go back and watch like old Chris Rock stuff.
Oh,
you know?
absolutely.
Or even Eddie Murphy in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you know, so I just don't think, like, especially like if you look at Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle, it's not like Dave Chappelle woke up one day and decided to start like tackling hard issues and like started, you know, dealing with stuff.
Well, it's
like,
fascinating too because everyone was saying, like, was when he first did the Netflix specials, everyone was like, "Oh wow, he's really speaking to a lot of the truths about our society right now." Especially when like the George Floyd stuff was happening. He did that one special for 30 minutes. Like, man, he's really speaking some truths here. It's only 30 minutes, but like he's using comedy, but he's also speaking to like a lot of the pain going on right now. Then all of a sudden, when it comes to this specific thing, it's like, nope, everything's ever done and said. He has no value anymore. Get rid of him. You know?
Yeah.
It's because it doesn't fit a certain narrative.
Honestly, it's because of the Team Turf thing. If you wouldn't have said he was Team Turf, I think people wouldn't have like been as upset, you know. But you use that phrasing, it's like, oh, okay, you're gonna stand next to J.K. Rowling. Okay, we're done with you, you know.
Well, that's another interesting thing too, right? I mean, like, I don't know, man. I don't know that these issues are not simple issues that I think are
it's
just
super complex.
It's hard to talk about. It's very hard to talk about it because even if you're on the quote unquote right side of it, right, the correct side of it, I should say, you know, there's still going to be people who find something wrong with everything you say, right? If they want to find something wrong with something that you say, they're going to, and you know, I think for him, you know, as a comedian. Like I said, it's not like he woke up one day and was like, hey, I'm just going to start like, you know, attacking these things. Like he's always been across the board with his comedy.
Chappelle's show.
The Chappelle show was brilliant, you know? And I guess I'm just getting tired of like getting to this point where it's like, it's okay for us to laugh at this, but it's not okay for us to laugh at this. Like, for example, like there's a lot of other things in that special that he covers that people were laughing about at the beginning. Until he got into some of that deep stuff, right? I mean, he was making fun of religion, you know, across the board. He made a couple of you know, COVID Catholic jokes. Yeah, he made some COVID jokes and stuff, and people were laughing at all that stuff. That for some demographics would be a very, very serious issue for them, you know. But I think sometimes it's like we want everybody else to be lampooned, except for us.
Yeah.
You know,
and I hate using this phrase because I know it gets misconstrued, but I think it plays a lot into what I would perceive as victim culture too, a little bit. Where it's like I feel like some groups of people are in this perpetual state where like they feel like they're victimized constantly, you know. Where if you laughed along with the joke a little bit, I think you go over better, you know, because if you're laughing along with the joke, you're accepting it as just like you can laugh at yourself too. Like I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like
no, dude, it makes absolute sense because that's the thing. It's like we can't always look at ourselves as the victim, you know. And look, there are definitely situations where people are victimized, right? And those have to be taken seriously, and you have to look at those things. But if I feel like if we just cry wolf over everything. Look what this is what I've been talking about with the Fandom Menace, like for quite a while when we talk about stuff on 2 Cents on Nonsense, for example, right? When they're looking for SJWs and
it's like
stuff
metaphorically
under every
right.
rock,
outraged.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
like identity politics under every rock, and stuff like that. And it's like you're making this stuff up. So the problem is when there's actual issues that actually need to be addressed, well, nobody's going to listen to you because you just sound like a air horn going off.
Yeah, nobody
like,
cares
constantly.
anymore. It's like,
if the air horn's constantly,
it's the boy who cried wolf. When eventually
Yeah.
the wolf actually shows up and starts eating the sheep, no one's going to listen to you.
yeah, if the air
Pretty
horn's
much.
constantly going off, it ain't going to alert to anybody. It's just a loud noise at that point. And that's just the way I look at it. So, so look, people who this is, I think, the important thing. People who know me, they know me. They know what I feel. They know that I have conversations with people every day. There have been people who've taken stuff that I've said out of context and misconstrued it and tried to make it be something else. It's completely different than me, and and I'm sure we've all had those kind of situations where people have taken something that we say out of context or whatever. And this is what I say to people like that.
Yeah.
Just recently even. Could we hear over that? That was weird. Isn't it weird that you can hear over some videos and like not other videos? Like, what the heck? I don't understand.
I was gonna mention, like, why was that marked as sensitive content? Like, it was like, it's like you had to click on a filter. That was so weird.
Yeah, I know. Like, I saw that, and so I did a screenshot of it because it showed up on something. And here's the thing: like, even in the last 2 weeks, the reason why I stand before you unemployed right now is because people don't want to have conversations sometimes, right? Like, you're not invited to have a conversation about something, people automatically assume, right? So if there's like a tension between a couple of people start to take sides immediately, right? That's what just literally happened to me. There was like a slight thing that was going on. It was misconstrued. People started building up this case. Well, Enosh and this person, whatever, and whatever happened. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, all of a sudden we're here on the Poindexter Lounge, and God forbid somebody said a bad word. Not me, even, but like somebody said a bad word, and there was a video that we were talking about that, all of a sudden doesn't fit a certain mold, and all of a sudden people look, and that's the opposite end of it, right? Like that's the Christian right people, like who can't take a little bit of ribbing and a little bit of, like, we're all worried about this stuff that doesn't make any sense. Why we're so worried about everything but truth anymore, Todd Fair here with a $20 super chat says, Enosh, let's see. I feel like I should be like Johnny Carson. Like, I should hold like an envelope up to my head and think I haven't read it yet. You think it has something to do with the MCU?
It's actually about Zack Snyder and the Snyder Cut, actually.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, just kidding.
Okay. Oh, just kidding. You suckered me in, man. You got me.
You are correct, sir.
Right. Okay. Todd Fair with the $20 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it, man. It says, Enosh, I have an idea for your show. Every live stream you should set 1 hour a night and have the King Feige hour and talk about the great things he has done for the comic book movie world and why he is the best.
Todd, just come over to my channel, man. I already do that.
Yeah,
I already do that on my channel. Just go over there. You would have a great time watching my channel, Todd. I'll just say that.
Nobody shills for Marvel better than RJ.
Nobody shills for Marvel.
I like Marvel too. It's just I don't think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread anymore. It's like it's just another movie now. So, and that's not a bad thing. Just keep them going, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, because I don't know how long we have RJ for, and I want to be mindful of his time, but also I want to have when we talk like in depth about the Dean Cain stuff here in just a minute,
Mhm.
I want to have Austin here, and I know that Austin is on his way. So we'll get one of these like quick ones out of the way.
Yeah, no,
That's
I'll
all-
stay
that's
here the
all
whole
right.
time, man. I'm good.
Oh, okay. I wanted to be I wanted to be mindful of that. Okay, a couple of comments here. Blake says that's today's media. Take a certain part of a quote, minimize the quote to fit their article instead of actually what the interview
I think
and
that
write.
plays a lot into the Dean Cain and Superman stuff too. Just saying. So
Yeah, I think so too. And because everything's shock value, right? Like you got to have shock
we'll
value.
get into this more later, but
Yeah.
I think a lot of what goes on with the way people react to certain things is that the media construes it to where they play into things. 'Cause I think they want to set a certain narrative that best engages and clicks.
Yeah, for sure. Silent Scotty here says I threw up in my mouth a little. Cylon texted me tonight, by the way. It says, "Hey, by the way, man, we're watching The Mandalorian and rewatching The Mandalorian, and apparently they got to the part where the Razor Crest gets blown up, and he's like, I'll never be able to watch that again without thinking of
You see those new retro toys come out, by the way?
What's that?
They just announced the retro action figures for the Mandalorian.
Oh, I already got some, dude.
Oh no, I mean like there's like some new ones coming out. They look really cool. I like them.
For which characters?
All of them.
Those already those have been.
There's like this new line of merchandise called what was it like Claim the Bounty or something that they're doing all through the month of December for Book of Boba Fett.
I think they're repackaged or like reselling like old stuff because I've already got the whole wave of retro figures from the Mandalorian. Yeah, yep, including all my Cara Dunes, which I'll never sell until they're so high up in
They'll be worth
price.
a lot soon.
I know, like we're hoarding all of our Cara Dunes somewhere so that yeah,
It's gonna be worth something someday, guys.
it's gonna be worth something. Yes. Silence says, "Miss you, Brian." Oh, look at theirs. There's some
Heck
love
yeah.
going on. What's going on here?
Miss you too, buddy.
Yes.
Life has made us busy.
Oh, there are new ones. Oh, that's interesting. I gotta see. Well, look at me. Yeah, I ain't seeing nothing right now. Tiffany will kill me until I get a job. So there you go. Truth, you're right. Who isn't a Spider-Man fan?
I think even people who hate Marvel still like Spider-Man.
He's one of those gateway characters that like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like your Supermans, your Batmans, your big mainstays that like Spider-Man's one of those. You know what I mean?
That's what I was gonna say. There's a new Ahsoka retro figure.
What?
Yeah, I can pull it up. I'll send it to you actually because they announced it. Cause I don't know anything about the toys, but I thought those looked new.
Speaking of Chappelle, you got into that Mandalorian series, Boba Fett sitting there. maybe an Ahsoka or two. Oh my gosh! Oh, don't! You're gonna kill me. You're gonna get me in so much trouble. I'm gonna be on the street because I can't make my house.
If you
payment.
didn't buy it, you know.
Yeah, there is a new Boba Fett. There is a new retro Boba Fett.
Get yourself a P.O. box.
Todd Fair here says with a $5 super chat says, does Dean Cain's reaction to Superman make you respect him less? So we're as soon as Austin gets here, we're going to jump into this topic and we're going to actually break down what was said, and then we're going to talk about it. We're going to have a good conversation about like what was actually said, as opposed to maybe what was the way that it was presented by the media. All right, so think about that. Oh, okay, so RJ just sent me a link back here. Let's see what we're looking at now.
It's called Bring Home the Bounty. It's like this new line of merchandise they're doing through like the next year for Star Wars.
Okay, let's take a look at what this is gonna be. Dang it all.
So if you scroll up,
what's this over here? Hauntings from Evil Anakin.
It's like a Halloween comic, like an anthology comic they're doing at IDW.
Jeez.
But yeah, if you scroll up, there's like this like little like panel thing. Where it's like, okay, so yeah, right there. It's like that's all the plans we got for like they're gonna do like weekly releases of pre-orders.
Oh, so you click here to see what's there? Oh no.
No, I don't think so. I don't know what that does. Oh, it's a
Oh.
slideshow. That's nice.
It's just the same. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Same
So
images,
I
I
was just
guess.
I was gonna see like okay. So they
I
got
know Brian likes the Crocs.
sunglasses.
I was like, dude, them Crocs look pretty sweet, man.
A2SO. What do we got here? Ooh.
It's just like a couple stuff that they're showing. They're not showing the whole thing, but those are the new retro figures that you can pre-order.
Okay, so that's him in his Beskar. I've got him in his original there. Oh, come on. Nobody's going to be able to find this. This sucks. Nobody's going to be able to find this figure. This already ticks me off.
Boba Fett's going to be rare?
Dude, dude, like you can't find like in the retro stuff that they already do, because I got a bunch of the retro figures. I got the Empire Strikes Back retro figures, and I've got the Star Wars retro figures. But the problem is they did the Boba Fett one, and I literally, dude, had to talk to a lady at Walmart and like plan out weeks in advance for her to pull one off the truck for me, because literally a guy would come. Yeah, like when it came in, like the lady who was overseeing the toys, and you know why she did it? Because one of the scalpers in our area would come through and buy out all of the Boba Fetts from the Empire Strikes Back thing, just the Boba Fetts, and then he'd immediately put them on eBay and would joke with them like, "Hey, look at here! I get these fools to pay $60 for this $10 figure." Like,
what the heck?
And the thing is,
you have a local scalper in your area? Seriously?
Dude, we have multiple scalpers, dude. It ain't a scalper. I wish to God it was a scalper.
It's
if
like
it was
a racket.
a scalper, we could at least get ahead of them. Dude, I have raced people in Target at 8 a.m. to the back toy aisle to get a hold of somebody to go get me when I got my Baroness G.I. Joe motorcycle thing. Dude, I had to race a dude who was going back there, and thank God there were two of them, but he was going to buy both. Like, seriously,
oh my gosh.
they just now they released the character Breaker, and they just now had something backfire on him because like a bunch of scalpers went out and got Breaker. But the thing is with the Baroness, they were only sending one per Target store. Like, but with Breaker, which was the new one that comes with like the G.I. Joe motorcycle and everything, like my Target got 12 of him. So and then they cut the price in half. From $40 to $20.
Why don't these retailers crack down on scalpers more? Be like, you can only buy one time. You go to the store, one time online.
They're trying, like on Target.com, you can only buy one of something now, and it does it. But man, it's such a pain in the butt. But I guarantee you right now, this, like. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need help to find this thing, RJ. Like, I'm gonna literally need the entire community out there.
It's not exclusive to a retailer. You can find this in any store. This Boba Fett, apparently, it's gonna be everywhere. So it's not gonna be like an exclusive to like one store.
Still, I guarantee you, this Boba Fett is gonna be impossible to find because it's Boba Fett. That's the problem right now. Is because
this
is going to be
the show's coming out.
Yep,
too.
This is going to be the new show, and this will be online for $60, if not more. If not more, I guarantee you. And as a Boba Fett fan who's been a Boba Fett fan, tried and true ever since the beginning, that never wavered, never thought, oh, Boba Fett sucks like everybody else, until all of a sudden it was like, oh, the Mandalorian, cool. Like, look, you guys all know I collect Boba Fett vintage action figures. This went from about $10 to $15, $20 tops, $50, $60 for ones that are missing parts, hands chopped off, like colored with crayon, like. It's unreal. Paint all, like it used to be. Like if you paid like $40 or $45 for a vintage Boba Fett, like it was really nice looking, right? Like there was always people who was asking like $100 and then they'd come down, right? But the thing is, yeah, take a shop around eBay for a vintage Boba Fett right now. It's insane. This is cool, but this is more of a commercial. This is more of a walking commercial. Who really wants a 50th anniversary Lucasfilm jacket?
Hey, but that's by her universe, though. It's the ladies.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
Come on, you can see Tiff wearing that, can't you?
No, not really, because it's the company. Like Tiff wouldn't want that, I don't think. I mean, I don't know if Tiff's watching, but like, I doubt it. But Tiff, I think, would more want like, like a Star Wars thing. Like,
this is just the week one announcements. I guess there's like 22 weeks of stuff coming. Like, there's gonna be some Ahsoka stuff. There's some Ahsoka retro figures coming out. There's like a bunch of stuff. There's gonna be like an entire week dedicated to like merchandise for Book of Boba Fett, apparently. So that stuff's gonna be crazy.
Well, yeah. Well, Zeno, you know what? You're not too far off, because there are kids. There's all these people who are like, well, none of these kids want GI Joe toys. That's not true. There's actually a ton of kids who are into GI Joe, but the thing is like, yeah, a lot of adults are buying everything up, and like, there's problems at retail. There's problems with the retailers. There's problems also with the actual, you know, companies that sell the toy, you know, that do the toy thing. You know, it's just collecting toys is like both the coolest thing and the most frustrating thing all at the same time, man.
Yeah.
You know, it just is.
Well, hey, at least if you own any old Slave 1 merch, that might be special now. We'll see what happens when they show the shit design and name in the Book of Boba Fett. They change it.
Dude, don't get me started.
I know, I was very upset by that too.
Do not. But again, what were we just talking about, right? It's this culture that, like, all of a sudden you can't have a ship named Slave 1. Look, we talked about earlier this week, Demi Lovato is literally doing a show about extraterrestrials, and she came out with a statement. Honest to God, dude, she came out with a statement.
Oh, she said aliens was offensive.
That said the word alien in regards to space aliens is offensive.
So what are you supposed to call them then?
ETs. She said you're supposed to call them ETs.
Oh, extraterrestrials.
No, she didn't even say extraterrestrial.
She just said ET.
ET.
But ET's a specific character.
I know.
That's what he said last night.
And they all don't look like this, Demi. Like, I'm just saying, like, how crazy is
Nobody
that?
conflates aliens with immigrants. I'm sorry. Like, at least in the context of an alien space show, nobody's gonna like.
She said that the word alien is degrading in any form.
How
towards anyone or anything.
In what way?
Words just have definition. We're trying to change definitions of words now, and nobody can keep up with that. Like,
it's because it's of immigration and
the
connotations.
No, I get that, but it's if it's about space aliens, like, are we just not allowed to call them aliens? Like,
well, we talked about last night. What can we not talk about the movie Alien anymore?
They're gonna change
is that are they gonna cancel Alien?
Listen, Enosh, what they're gonna do is
a female-led franchise, by the way.
They're gonna change it to Xenomorph instead of Alien. Let's call it Xenomorph Covenant. They'll change the name to all the movies. It's called Xenomorph.
I'm just saying, whatever. But speaking of stuff, then, real quick, that people lost their mind over not too long ago. We'll hit this one first because it's just quick stories. Kevin Smith's Masters of the Universe Revelation.
Yay!
Awesome.
He-Man is coming back.
I cannot wait.
Sooner than I expected, by the way. I thought it might not come back to like early 2022, like January, February. November's just right around the corner. I wish they came out with a trailer today, though. I know it's just the poster and the date. I really wish there was a trailer. There's a trailer today. Would be like the cherry on top, you know?
Speaking of toys, let me see if I can find it here, because they just showed a toy. Yes, here it is. This is freaking awesome. Okay, so let me see if I can share this real quick before we even get into this. So talking about toys, they shared today, and I'm now. So this could be a plot point.
Oh yeah,
for going forward. This is a plot point. So I'm sorry.
Spoilers, maybe.
Spoilers, maybe. You notice
there's that figure in the poster.
You see this big guy right here? That's He-Man.
Mm-hmm. It's not Adam, by the way.
That's not Adam. And you know, He-Man doesn't have the power sword. But yes, Degrassi, you're absolutely right. Savage, He-Man, and Orko return.
Yeah.
Let me see. You guys tell me. I'm gonna do this. Tell me if this actually goes with me instead of you guys. You guys see all of the stuff now?
Yes, yeah, I see.
Okay. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I don't know where this is going to go. So this was the poster, right here.
I love that poster, by the way. By the way, Enosh, your theory about Tila looks truer and truer every single time. Just look at how she looks. By the way, what the blue forehead.
Imagine that. But you got Skella God there. And then
I love the design of Skelegod so much. He looks amazing.
And then look at this savage He-Man guy with an axe. He's got the battle axe, folks. He's got, oh gosh.
That's badass.
It's almost like it's from the early comics, from the toy line.
And this, whoops, I don't like that one. Okay, hold on a second. Let's get this.
I'm just saying, Savage He-Man reminds you a lot of those early comic books, right?
You think so? Yeah. Check this out. They got this Orko and Savage He-Man battle
big
pack.
axe.
That's a huge axe. And I'll just say this. This is what they said. The description of it, I'll just give you a little glimpse of it. The description says that they asked the question, Can Adam call down the power without the power sword? Or was the power sword just a conduit for the power that comes into He-Man, that turns him into He-Man? Yeah. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when Adam calls down the power without the power sword. He turns into Savage He-Man.
And it's almost like it's from the toy comics.
Hey, Fandom Menace and everyone griping and complaining about Revelation. Let's see. I think I have a drop for you. Let's see. I mean, it's 2 Warner Brothers, but I think it applies.
Suck it, Warner.
Come on.
Also, it looks like He-Man is like the central part of the second half of the story.
I mean,
it's almost like they were telling a story from the beginning.
Damn.
That maybe people shouldn't have reacted so negatively at first.
You know, Shifty-gism, actually, you know what? They've done a really good job after the fact with the Revelation
I can
figures.
still find them.
Yeah.
To be fair, I see more Mossmen than anything else. Mossman's the one I still see the most of. The other ones are a little harder to find, but not too bad.
My stores have caught up where like now you can find Skeletor, Evil Lyn, Mossman, and Skelegod. But He-Man is still a little hard to find because when they first came out, they had a lot of He-Man and Skeletor because they wanted to sell their main characters first, you know. And so in that wave 1, He-Man and Skeletor are still a little bit harder to find now because they were, you know.
Yeah. By the way, can we like mention spoilers at all? Because the toy also makes me think about something else.
What's the toy make you think of, except for
about
a muscly bound man in a loincloth?
No, not that part. I'm talking about Orko.
Okay.
Because him being part of this toy set, and it's really interesting to me because we know what happens to him at the end of part 1.
Yeah.
So, what's the deal with Orko?
I just don't think he died. I think that
you don't think he died?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, do you think that robs the emotional punch of his sacrifice? Though,
depending upon how they present him coming back, right? Maybe he did die. Maybe he did die. Right, and like they bring him back to life. I don't know, but they bring him back. A couple things real quick. So first of all, yeah, you can find all of the Masters of the Universe Revelation figures online. They're really super easy to find online, actually. And as far as where you can buy this toy won't be available until 2022. So this won't be available until next year.
2022.
Yep, that's when this one comes out. But hey, also welcome back to the channel. We haven't had him here in a while. And that is the Truth 31. What's going on, Truth?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey, man, what's up?
What's up, RJ, Brian? How's everybody doing?
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. We're sitting here just talking about, you know, like everybody's getting canceled. Everything sucks. It's the opposite of the Lego movie these days. You know, everything is not awesome. And nobody's part of a team.
Canceled.
Exactly. Nobody here is part of a team. Nobody knows what's going on. or what you mean.
When you're living a dream. Oh.
Welcome to 2021. That's how things are.
Society.
For real.
Oh, for sure. Now, Truth, are you into He-Man at all? Master of the Universe? Have you ever been into that stuff?
No, that just skipped my generation. It was never really my thing. I don't hate it. It just never caught my attention. That's all. But I hear it's good.
Yeah,
depending on who you ask.
Exactly. Exactly. Because you can't even just like what I think is hilarious is look, the other thing that's out, I haven't watched it. Has anybody watched the other Masters of the Universe, the kids show yet?
It's not for me, and I can tell, so I was not interested. This is the He-Man show I'm into. The other one, it's like...
Wait, hold on. RJ is not into something?
Yeah, I can say something. It's not for me. It's not something I'm interested in.
Wow. What happened? RJ's all like, it's all fine if you're
Mr.
into,
Positivity.
if you're into the new He-Man show. I am not.
If you believe Doomcock's rumors, that's great. I don't.
Oh, trust me, I got pretty angry over that new Home Alone trailer that came out today.
I didn't see it, but I heard that it's supposed to be a sequel.
Horrible.
Is it?
Well, Nicotina said the main kid looks like me, so it makes me hate it even more. But
That's just rude.
Well, I'll be honest with you. RJ, it's funny how you see somebody in a certain light and then you see a different picture of them or something like that, and then you see a different part of them. So I know, you've talked a couple of times on the channel about being Hispanic, right? But every time I see you, in your camera and stuff, I never see it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
right.
Wait,
It's just
RJ's Hispanic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Since when?
Nobody believes me when I tell them at first. It's funny.
Yep. Stop the presses.
Yeah, I'm half Mexican, half Native American, Apache.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't have guessed that was the other half.
Yeah.
I got a little white in me too, though. To be fair, so
somebody clip that. Somebody clip
white
that.
is right. Clip that.
Yeah,
right now.
somebody clip that. But no, it's funny because RJ, you showed your pictures the other day of being at the
Comic-Con, yeah.
The Comic-Con you were at, and seeing you there with your dad and everything, it was like, oh yeah, I see it now, in a well-lit environment, and everything.
Right.
I was like,
it's different, because I don't have the best camera for my laptop. It's very, I have to have a spotlight on me for my lamp. It really highlights the lightness,
Right,
so.
right. I love Anthony Beltre. He's like, tough. Yes, white and nerdy. Not all of us are. Some people just look white and nerdy. Cherie says, prove it. Birth certificate. Gate 2.0.
You're not really this. Where's your birth certificate? I want to know where you're born.
But look, when I saw this, Savage He-Man here made me want to go out and get a job immediately. And figure that out because, oh my gosh. Yeah. But that just looks super cool. But yeah, as far as the show itself, hold on a second. Let's get back to this real quick. Where'd it go? Where am I? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. So as for the show itself, Kevin Smith Netflix animated series Masters of the Universe Revelation is set to return with the second half of its first season on November 23rd. The series is a sequel to the original 1980s animated series, launched with its first 5 episodes in July this year. Critics raved, as well they should have. But audience reviews were much divisive, with a vocal backlash of the lack of the He-Man character, which is ridiculous because He-Man was all throughout the entire thing.
They were telling a story.
Look, the only thing,
if they would have released the entire thing as one series, not in parts, nobody would have complained. Because you have the complete story to look back on, so you don't have to throw it away.
Would they still found a reason? Because
I think
you know what I'm hearing
upset,
now. You know what I'm hearing now. Now that it's being proven more and more that they were dumb in their complaints about the actual content. I have heard less and less about the actual content, about them trying to say that it's woke or them trying to, because look, Tila's not a lesbian. Okay, they tried to make it out that Tila was a lesbian just because her hair was shaved on one side. Because we all know, ladies, that if it's like having an earring in one ear or the other in the 80s. If you have that,
or if you dye your hair a certain color,
yes, you're automatically gay. Just that's automatic nowadays. So her hair was shaved on one side, so automatically had to be a lesbian. Although they proved in the show, because the actual content. No, she was not a lesbian.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so then He-Man was not in the movie, not in the show, even though He-Man features in every episode. Even though they did do something different with him, to show what it meant, to be He-Man. But the thing is, people wanted it to be the old cartoon where it's like He-Man just beats the bad guy every episode.
They didn't want to actively think or be engaged with an actual story that challenges their prerequisitions on the series that came before it.
You do suck. You're not too far off. You're not too far off. That's what I was hearing from people. People were messaging me going like, "How can you like this thing? He-Man should just be like kicking all kinds of every episode." It's like, it's a story.
Yeah,
it's literally
meant to be the conclusion to the original series.
Like, come on, guys, right? But yeah, so people lost their minds about it, and this just they can't.
So is this going to be just 5 episodes as well, or is it going to be like more?
I'm pretty sure this is just 5 episodes as well.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that because I think there's 5 at the beginning, 5 at the end, and then
I wish it was longer, man.
Me too. Look, I hope that this last 5 like kicks it into gear so much that they're like, hey, let's release some more. But hey, yeah. So it came out. There was a vocal backlash. They were upset. Well, that's what I was saying. Like people are getting away from like making those stupid complaints about it, and now more talking about, well, Kevin Smith lied to us. Well, they asked him because these rumors were coming out that Tila was the main character. Well, I'm sorry, but like, do you want everything spoiled for you?
Yes,
do you want
apparently.
do you want the story spoiled for you? Like, did you really want Kevin Smith to sit there at the table and go
and literally tell you the entire
so
plot?
What we're doing is we're going to focus on Tila a little bit. We're going to kill He-Man in the first episode, okay, so that you can all be prepared for that. We're going to kill him, and he's going to go into the afterlife, right? And he's going to be there, and they're going to go get him out of there by the end. But hey, here's the whole story, right? And so Tila, way back in the day on the original show, it was revealed that she was the sorceress's daughter, and that one day she would take over for the sorceress. So what we're going to do is we're going to tell this whole arcing story with flashbacks to He-Man, with Tila and him and her working together, and show their love connection a little bit. But then also show Tila's journey to becoming the new sorceress. And then show what would it be like if Skeletor actually got the power sword and won for once, like for a little while, right? And then and then we're gonna leave you on a cliffhanger where you wonder if He-Man's dead, if he's alive, what's going on. Would that be all right with everybody?
Also, Orko dies.
Does that sparkle with everyone?
Are we crystal clear now?
Come on. But anyways. Yeah, so it says Smith has already indicated this next batch will focus more on Prince Adam, He-Man than the first 5. Oh, so if it doesn't,
well, no. Here's the thing, Enosh. Obviously, Kevin Smith is backpedaling, and they're changing the entire story because of our complaints. We won.
You mean they're redoing animation within a couple of months?
Yeah, exactly, Enosh. Exactly.
Okay.
They redid everything right before the second part's coming out because they want to fix it so the fans will come back. Okay.
I'm sure they rewrote the whole thing. They got Mark Hamill back in there, man, like redoing his lines now. We're not even going to see Tila. We're not even going to see Tila for these 5 episodes.
Tila's getting poochy. She's going back to her home planet, and then she'll die on the way there.
Oh, yes. Well, there you go. It says, though, it's unclear if any further seasons are planned as the show's audience numbers weren't discussed.
Netflix rarely releases numbers anyway, by the way, unless it's like super, super, super good.
But this is what Kevin Smith said. He said, make no bones about it. Skeletor finally has the power. Want to see what Mark Hamill, Hamill himself, does to the universe with it. And is this and Wither Ram Man? Like, what does that mean?
I'm not a He-Man fan, so
yeah.
Is there a Ram Man?
There is a Ram Man. Well, it's funny because in the new show, Truth, in the kids show, they have Ram Mam.
Oh, okay. So that's even more fodder for the other group.
But they like that one. This is what I don't understand, dude. Like they're so ticked off about He-Man, and they say that He-Man's not the focus of this one. Yet this one is so true to the original. And then, like, when this new one came out, they're all like going on about, like, first of all, the animation for it is absolutely ridiculous. He-Man's arms go down to his knees.
It's very exaggerated, very kitsch.
And they split it out where it's like before the guy Man at Arms, he is the surrogate father to Tila, right? But in this, he's not. He's just a dude. and he doesn't look anything like Man-at-Arms whatsoever. And then they've got Tila. They
changed everything, basically.
They got all these different characters, but they all call down the power. So He-Man is not special anymore. It used to be He-Man was special.
It's all about teamwork, guys.
He lifted the power sword. He became He-Man and stuff. And so like they've totally given the power to everyone now. And then they changed Ram Man, because the reason why they call him Ram Man is because he's got like armor. It's this guy right here. I actually have a Ram Man. Right here, so you can.
Okay, he looks pretty cool.
Yeah, you can kind of see like, and so like, whoop. Let me show you this. So like, this is the original Ram Man, and you'd press him down like this, and he's got this little button here like that, and so because in the show he would jump, like, and he would like crash things, so he could like tear down your wall or whatever, you know,
kind of like Juggernaut.
Yeah, kind of like Juggernaut. Exactly. That's exactly like, look at him. He looks like Juggernaut, for God's sake, right? So but they changed Ram Man into Ram Mam. But for some reason, all these people who complained about the Kevin Smith one are fine with this one. Like, all right, yeah, it's like we have the power. Like I don't know. It's so weird. It's just it's weird.
It's because Enosh, they don't want to waste their time watching a show that's made for little kids. That's probably why they're like, we're not going to waste our energy on this. We have more common sense than that.
Yeah, but look, I love that artwork, man. That artwork.
Yeah, I love I've loved both posters they've done. This is an amazing poster.
Man, it just looks so good. So, so it comes out November 23rd.
And I'm sure when that comes out, people will not be upset. There won't be no controversy whatsoever. Everyone's going to be so happy with that.
Yeah. But why are people upset over He-Man? It's like, really? Like,
because it's part of their culture war thing, Truth. That's the thing.
Yeah. But are people really upset about it, or is it just money? Because, there's money in controversy, and there's money.
A lot of it is fake and money.
That's what it is.
It's being fake to make that money to get people upset.
Again, I respect the hustle, but do I believe that these people are upset by this? No, I don't. I don't think they're upset about this at all. Yeah. They're doing it for money. That's better.
Yeah, I don't believe. Okay, so another little story that came out was there some new pictures from Indiana Jones 5. Everybody stoked and ready for Indiana Jones 5.
It's gonna be woke.
Hell yeah!
I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to 1,000-year-old Harrison Ford. I think he's gonna kill it. I think he's gonna kill it.
I still lament that Indiana Jones 5 should have Short Round come back.
Yes.
Yeah. What happened to Short Round?
They gotta bring him back, man.
I mean, he looks good for his age. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's 79 years old, and he's man.
I just don't want to see him throw his shoulder out.
Sure, he says Ram Man. He rams people like a ram.
Can I just say real quick, this is nothing about Indiana Jones. Can I just say, I hate the Daily Mail website, just the layout of it. Like, it's overloaded with ads and horrible thumbnails for their articles.
That's like everything nowadays, man. Like, I swear, man, it's like, what in the world are we looking at? Like,
but it's like they always get the exclusive photos, so it's like you have to look at their stupid website.
All these different links to all these different, like, you can't go anywhere on the page where it's like there's not something that's clickable, like, and what is this window? Like, there's actually a window, like, over the window, and hey, look, there's Brittany. There it is. It shows up there, and it's like you click off of it. No, you can't stop seeing this. Okay.
We're not on a certain plane of popcorn. Get that out of here.
Good
Google
Lord.
ad block.
Right. Yes. All right. So there's that. There's that picture, and then
there was one I saw.
No, there it is.
Oh, there's Matt. Oh, heck yeah. I wonder if he's playing a villain. It looks. The joke is that he's obviously playing a villain. I mean, look at him.
What is that?
Well, he looks like what's his name from the first film?
Belloc.
Belloc, yeah.
I was gonna say he looks kind of like what's his face from the last one. Not the number 4, but Last Crusade.
The
Walter Donovan.
Donovan, yeah.
Yeah. Walter Donovan.
He's definitely playing a Nazi. I'm just gonna say, I think Mads Mikkelsen's the main villain.
Well, okay, I don't understand. Okay, so does this movie age with the actor kind of deal, like, or is this in the 40s with Nazis still?
No, it goes in time. This one's gonna be set, I think, in the 70s or 80s. But we know that Nazis fled to like South America, and the rumors that this movie's about the moon. So it's going to deal with the fact that NASA hired German scientists who worked with the Nazis to work with their moon landing stuff.
I swear to God, if Indiana Jones ends up on the moon,
I don't think they're gonna do that.
Hey,
I'm done.
Hey, we've already done nuking the fridge and the monkeys, man. We can do whatever.
They learned their lesson on that one.
And
I
ancient
swear
aliens.
to God, I swear to God, it's just like
You see, the guys in charge of this stuff lack creativity and are completely out of ideas.
We're gonna go full menace if he goes to the moon. Okay?
It had ancient ETs and everything.
Oh my
He's
God!
gonna find out there's aliens on the moon. There's like ancient Egypt, like ancient gods or something. You know.
They're gonna find the transformer on the dark of the moon.
If it's Indiana Jones, if the full title ends up being Indiana Jones and the Dark Side of the Moon.
No, it'll be called Indiana Jones and the Lunar Eclipse.
And the lunar eclipse.
All I can hear is that just like time, from Pink Floyd,
Yes.
They're gonna retcon it to where Indiana Jones was the first man on the moon. Watch.
He was a member of Pink Floyd.
Anybody need health care? Everybody? I don't know. Okay.
Harrison Ford needs it.
Yeah. Well, it says here, Mads traveled on the back of a golf buggy with a neon yellow clip holding back his gray locks. Members of the production team appeared to be busy at work while wearing protective face masks amid the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. So this is like pictures of Grandpa. I'm sorry. And you guys know I'm super excited and super stoked for Indiana Jones 5, but like these pictures are not the pictures that like.
This looks like my grandpa when we take him to Disney World.
This is just funny. It's like these are the pictures like behind the scene photos from Indiana Jones 5.
Watch as Harrison Ford gulps down a bottle of water.
I'm just gonna sit down over here.
I'm just. You kids be good. I'm just gonna hold up the wall.
I don't know if it has this one picture. There's one picture I saw where it was him as Indiana
There's
Jones.
the alien. There's the alien that Jim's talking about. There's the alien Demi Lovato doesn't like.
I can confirm, actually, they consulted me as I'm obviously one of the alien, consultants due to my knowledge of aliens and stuff. And he's going to the moon. He's going to the moon, and he's talking with the aliens, and that's Indy 5.
Are they the aliens from 4?
Going to
no, they're actually the aliens. They're the aliens from Ridley Scott's Alien franchise, they've been they're peacemakers. They want
Not
peace
Mars
now.
attacks.
Oh, sorry, Nash. Did I get that wrong? Were they not aliens?
No, they were interdimensional beings.
Oh, okay.
Did you shoot Greedo first, or did Greedo shoot you first?
I don't care.
I could see that line in this movie.
Do they? Right, I don't want to spoil it, but do they have the picture where he's with the Indiana Jones cosplayers? Because that was the best photo I saw.
Oh, let me see. I don't know. We haven't got that far yet. Okay, so here's riveting pictures of Harrison Ford drinking something and with sunglasses on. I mean, yeah, dude. I hope I look good at that.
Yeah,
good
he's
at
cool old grandpa.
Yeah, I hope I look that good. I mean, like this is like he's got to take a poop, and nobody's come to get him yet. All right, so here's him actually just giving in and taking the poop.
He's like, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Man, riveting. I'm sorry. You guys know that like I am super stoked for this movie. But like
photos like these don't it's just natural Harrison Ford, you know.
He's drinking an Ensure.
He's actually blue milk sent by Mark Hamill.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Big Dub, you can actually watch most of the original He-Man cartoon actually right here on YouTube.
Oh.
If you just look up episodes of the show, you can usually put it in by like episodes. If you go to like episode 1, there's like playlist stuff. There's actually a He-Man official. There's a He-Man cartoon official page.
Yeah, official
like channel. Yeah, official YouTube. So yeah, absolutely. Monkey Jeebus here says Indiana Jones dressed by the Gap circa 1998. What's up, Daniel? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you in here.
What's up, Daniel?
Yes. It's all about how the pyramids on Earth line up with those on Mars.
It's gonna be something weird. I mean, listen, if I think it'd actually be kind of cool to like, because you want to see Indiana Jones fight Nazis, so bring in the elements of like Nazis working on space travel in America.
I think that's a good. See, I haven't heard that yet. I've heard all this stuff like Doomcock has it that he's going to time travel and go back.
Like
and
Doctor Who.
meet his former self and all this stuff.
So like Phoebe Waller-Bridge can replace him.
Yeah, so
she can be inserted into all the old movies and replace him completely.
Yes. I love this from Cinefinity and Beyond. Says if Indy goes to the moon, Sayla better be with him. I need Sayla in a space.
Yes, bring Sala back, please. Sala needs to come back.
Heck yeah. Indiana Jones and the Lost Car Keys. Excuse me, sir. Do you need any help? No, I'm just waiting here for my family.
I love also Indiana Jones and the Nursing Home of Doom.
Nursing home.
See,
what if there is no subtitle? He says because Degrassier says as of today there is no subtitle. It's just Indiana Jones. What if they don't?
So kind of like Logan, or it's just called Logan.
Yeah. What if it's just Indiana Jones?
Short and sweet.
I could see that.
Michelle, you know what? I said for years that I would have loved to have seen something about Atlantis, but because
they made a great video game about that.
But they did make a video game about that, so I probably doubt it. Jack Strange. So I have not seen the other He-Man Netflix series as of yet. I've just seen the trailers and I've watched a little bit of episode 1, and I don't know. I'll try to get back to it just because it's
the kid
He-Man.
one.
Yeah, the kid one.
Yeah, the CG one.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Because we were just talking about. Did you see the Savage He-Man pictures, Austin?
I know I didn't.
Okay, I'll show them to you later. But you can find them. Like they got a new toy coming out, Savage He-Man, and the poster has He-Man without the metal armor on and everything, with long hair. And he's in a 2-pack with Orko that comes out next year, and it basically they set it up. This is what would happen if Adam tried to call down the power without the power sword.
Oh,
yeah,
he turns into Savage He-Man. He looks like the old, like from the comics, like the savage, like barbarian He-Man, and he's got the huge freaking axe. It's amazing looking.
Oh, that's pretty sick. Okay.
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Heck yeah. Yeah, 187. They've tried to say that he's going to time travel somehow, and he's going to go back to like in his earlier days, like during maybe like the whole stuff with the Ark of the Covenant or whatever, and encounter
suddenly
Nazis.
That's how you bring in Chris Pratt as Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones.
No.
Finally. Oh, we got more of these. Okay. All right. So here we go. What do the pictures do? Dang.
That picture looks like a meme right there. It looks like a meme-worthy photo.
Dang. Look at him. It's like, why are you taking my picture?
Who are you people and where am I?
Yeah. No.
Just meme-hugging it, man.
Are these all the photos that they took on set? Like, this is it? Like,
I think so.
Because I got a better photo right here. I can show you guys. Hold up.
Yeah, if you got a better photo, because this is like all the.
Is there any of like Phoebe Waller-Bridge at all?
No, I'm not seeing that.
Because this is the crew.
Yeah, this is the crew. Riveting stuff right here. This lady pulling this cart right here. Here's Harrison, like telling somebody about it.
Look at the caption: striking up a conversation with somebody on set. Somebody.
With somebody.
We don't know who.
And this dude's like, hey, I got my couple minutes of fame right here. Just slightly blurry. People having a conversation back here. This lady's like rubbing her nose or something. I don't know what's going on.
I love Harrison.
This guy's talking to Harrison like, do you have a minute so I can tell you about my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Get off my plane.
Oh, look, he has his fist up. Something happened with that conversation.
Oh, yeah, he's like, get off my plane. I don't need to. I don't want to hear about it.
That guy looks like he's in a defensive pose. The other guy's looking like, oh no, I got to intervene. The second picture.
It looks like they're like craft services standing over some sub sandwiches.
Fight on set.
Right.
They're fighting over sub sandwiches.
I wanted the ham and cheese.
How dare you?
It says members of the production team appear to be busy at work. Well, do they? This guy appears to be very busy at work over here. Like, look at him. Doesn't he appear to be very busy at work? Like,
Yeah.
while wearing protective face masks amid the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. That's what I get from this picture. People busy at work. the coronavirus pandemic, yes. And then, okay, so here's some ladies. A group of actresses dressed in colorful summer dresses were spotted joining the crew. They're not really in the movie. They just showed up.
They just were there, yeah.
They just showed up to look pretty.
They're the Harrison Ford groupies. Here's where everybody where Harrison Ford told everybody to get away from him.
6 feet apart.
There's actually a sign on his back. It says 6 feet. Stay 6 feet apart.
Yes, a pair of tourists took a photo moment away from the Hollywood star.
Oh, that's why it looks like that. Some tourists just showed up. Some random people who are not supposed to be there.
Well, well, I was thinking that this was the faraway shot of that other close-up one, but it's not because he's wearing sunglasses in the other one. So, what else do we got here? Harrison Ford waving. Harrison Ford waved at onlookers. Hi, how you doing?
Is that it?
That's not very period accurate.
Yep.
I don't think they had hydro flasks in the 60s.
Here's Harrison Ford looking like he's in pain.
Yeah.
Like,
he's in pain because the flash hurts his eyes. He's like, please
Why
stop
am I
taking
still
pictures.
doing this?
He certainly stood out from the crowd in his costume. Does he? Like, okay.
He looks like
If he had the hat, then you know.
Okay.
That's the same picture.
It's the same. He rested during the breaks in the show. What? A member of the crew traveled on the back of the buggy.
That's so
riveting.
thrilling. Thank you.
Thrilling.
Wow.
Daily Mail.
Same pictures again.
It's the same picture. He's holding up the hole in the wall again. There's a hole in the wall right
He's
here.
trying to cover because he damaged the set. He doesn't want anyone to notice.
He accidentally backed up too quickly, farted, and blew up the wall. And, it's the same dude. What in the world?
All right, screw this. I got a better picture.
Vintage style car.
There you go.
Hey, we'll throw a different picture in here. Everyone's. Hold on. That's wedding stuff.
It is actually, yeah.
He already got married. What's going on?
He's getting married again.
He's renewing his vows.
Him and Marion got divorced, or she died, and now he's going to marry Willie.
And then she dies in the movie, and then she gets married, and then he gets married to someone else.
He married Short Round.
This is the guy from Newsies. A group of actors don military outfits and aprons. Is this a military outfit?
It looks like he's going to the club.
The French Resistance, maybe?
Looks like one guy in a military outfit and
a guy in an apron.
Oh, he looks like he's about ready to go muscle somebody out of some money.
This guy back over here is like, you're not going to believe it. Harrison Ford just farted and they can't go anywhere.
You're not going to believe it. Harrison Ford almost fought this guy over a Subway sandwich.
He's wearing his chin diaper.
What? Harrison's trousers were held up by a mustard belt.
Why is that news?
A mustard belt.
Because it's yellow.
It's incredibly important information. It's pertinent to the story.
Not even a colored mustard belt.
Maybe
just a mustard belt.
Maybe this is why the Daily Mail has 80,000 ads per website, because they need to cover all their bases, because they know no one's gonna go.
On!
They know no one's gonna go this far down to their articles. They're just gonna look at the first couple pictures and click away.
Oh, come on!
Why can't we see the flash like
why
this?
Why do we have 6 pictures? Oh, wait, there's
That's a new one.
There we go.
Here's Mads going, hey, did you see this guy?
Have you seen this man?
All I could say is tall guy in a little golf cart.
He looks so uncomfortable.
Over there, Mads pointed to the distance as he spoke to a colleague.
His hair looks like that of a rooster.
Yeah, his hair's all must and everything.
Where's his hat, man? Why is he not wearing the hat?
That's the same going picture. For the sandwich. No, that's a slight second earlier, where he's going for the sandwich. He's going for the sandwich there. Here's video.
There you go. Got a video.
But God forbid I show the video, because
right?
just last night I showed the in window, by the way, I showed the Aquaman stuff.
Yeah.
And I got a claim today for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like this photo. Oh, that photo's not from the movie though. Okay.
No. Where's that from? Kingdom of Crystal Skull?
That's
Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
It would be. Yeah, it would be, because
he's aged a lot in that time, man.
God dang.
Well, that movie came out, dude, in
13 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, so
2004, something like that.
No, 2008.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember
Yeah,
watching
in
that movie in the
2008,
theater. Oh, what a waste of money.
15 Hollywood actors banned for life.
Yeah, whatever.
There's the keyboards.
Whoa,
Yeah, there's the keyboards that I no longer need for the job.
So I got a
that I'm
picture.
no longer
I got a
at.
picture from that same Sicily thing. It's like 1,000 times better than anything that they had in that article. Because
Okay,
this is awesome.
Let's see what RJ brings. Oh, hold on. Okay, it's all frozen up here. Okay, let's see what RJ brings us. Now, see, this is the stuff we want to see. What's up with this?
Yes, this is Harrison Ford posing with a group of Indiana Jones cosplayers while they were filming. They showed up the set and he posed for a picture with them. Like, that's cool.
That's the nicest thing he's ever done in years. Wait, what?
Wow,
I
he
thought
actually
this was really cool. Yeah, he was
I
really
would
happy to see it.
I would expect that he doesn't do these types of things. So I actually meant that this is actually probably pretty rare.
This is the multiverse. This is actually how the movie ends because he keeps going back in time and there's different versions of Indiana Jones.
The Marvel
There's like a random version of his
Let me
dad.
get a picture of all you guys.
The guy with the beard is actually Phoebe. Phoebe Waller. We don't have any information about the rumored He-Man live-action movie because it's not in production. I'll tell you that it's not.
Yeah,
in
the
production.
main actor
They
left.
shut it down. Noah Centineo, who is in Black Adam as Atom Smasher, he quit the movie. So yeah, so they don't have any further things to go on. But yeah,
All we know right now is that they're making a live-action She-Ra show for Amazon Prime. So
yes, they are.
Yeah,
Indiana Jones and the Church of the Latter-day Saints.
But yeah, I thought this picture was really cool. You know,
I like the senior there. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss Sean Connery, man. He was the best.
Oh, me too, man.
You think this movie's gonna be dedicated to him?
I don't know why it would be.
Yeah, I mean, he was alive during the last one, so they wouldn't have been able to do it the last one. So
yeah,
I was like,
It'd
what's
be
Jack
nice.
Dorsey doing there?
Jack Dorsey. He does like Jack Dorsey.
The dude with the beard. Hey man, if
yeah,
you're
it's
rich, what the
actually,
hell?
it's actually
Yeah,
nice.
like
It's
an
actually
18
nice. It's actually nice seeing him. Do
happy.
Have fun.
Yeah, have
Right,
fun,
yeah.
have fun and be happy.
Why is it that he's so grumpy when it comes to Han Solo about Indiana Jones? He adores that character.
I
What's
don't
up,
know.
William?
I don't know.
Guys, I
just
got to
want
meet
to-
William in person tonight.
You did.
I did.
Yeah, and you got to hear
We
William
went
drop
on our
F-bombs
first date
about that.
together. It was so much fun.
And you got to hear William drop F-bombs about that new Halloween movie.
Oh man, a lot of.
All right. So, da, 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 da. Well, welcome to Love Connection. We'll be back in 2 and 2. Hey, we're back, and we're talking today to our good friend Austin, who went on a date with our other good friend William.
About
These
100
two, the question is, did they make a love connection? Now, Austin, did you have a good time?
I love him.
Okay, William, did you have a good time?
with Austin and Bradley. Yeah, with the movie, no, the movie was.
Okay, well, so the movie wasn't so good, but they had a great time on their date. Now, here's the deal, guys. William, we will pay for you to go out on another date with Austin, or you can choose from one of our other eligible bachelors, like Brian, Master of None, the mysterious Truth 31, or the weird T-shirt wearing. Let's have him stand up and show us his T-shirt to everybody, and or he just hides behind this icon, RJ, who apparently looks like some dude in some show that he was offended by. Now, the question is, William, do you want another date with the alien? You want to take another ride with the alien?
Nah, I'm done.
Or do you want to pick one of our other eligible bachelors?
Take me
Remember,
back, please. I love you.
Brian, Master of
I
None.
can throw in a wrestling mask.
Oh, he's willing to cosplay for you. Also, Truth 31, the mysterious Truth 31, who, by the way, I heard will do a face reveal at 10,000 subscribers.
Oh yeah, you heard it here first.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I heard that. Or this guy.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Or are you just gonna go out? Are you just gonna go out? You never know what you're gonna get. Or are you just gonna go out on your own, William?
Clearly, I've already made some horrible decisions tonight by attending this movie to begin with. So, I think I'm gonna go.
Did you really hate it that much, William? Was it really that bad?
I was sitting next to him, and halfway through, he goes, "This is terrible." I hate
Am I too late?
Because apparently Bradley is saying that William went on like an epic rant.
He did. No, the movie ended. We all walked out, and literally for about 20 minutes, he just talked about how much he hated the movie. And then, here's the important part. He went to the bathroom, and he came back and realized he hated the movie even more.
It got worse. The problem is this. I hold certain directors and people associated with movies to a higher standard. I mean, Ridley Scott, John Carpenter, Denny Villeneuve. These are people, if they're associated with the movie, I expect just certain things, whether they're in the director's chair and yeah, I didn't realize how much Ricky Bobby guy had it much to it until
Danny McBride was in charge of the first one too,
and the director of the masterpiece, Your Highness.
Yeah, same director did the 2018 That's why I was surprised, William, because it's the exact same people who did the 2018
That was
movie.
only a name. Trust me, when I can tell the difference between John Carpenter sitting really close by and monitoring certain things and not.
So you think John Carpenter was more involved in the 2018 one?
I think John Carpenter
it's the same people.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I think he was.
Something about this one, he stepped back.
You're like he left the building, and the cinematography.
Well, he did the music, so he.
There's nothing wrong.
The music was the best part of it. The music was. It was like I said.
Was Michael Myers cool at least?
No.
Look, the kills were cool.
Was Michael Myers ever cool?
For a different movie?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
For a different movie.
I mean, look, it's.
Well, what was bad about it? Like, just like the logic.
It was not consistent with not only the one that they just released in 2018. It wasn't consistent with Halloween. It wasn't consistent with John Carpenter. People die in John Carpenter's movies. I completely understand that, and that's great. They don't die the kind of meaningless, stupid, Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner deaths that they died tonight. And they were.
Did you feel like Final Destination?
It got more and more grand and just like.
So I take it, William.
It wasn't true Halloween fashion in that like the first one was good and the second one was cheesy and terrible. So
I take it, William. You're not looking forward to Halloween Ends, which they filmed back to back with this one.
They're gonna have to.
They already filmed it.
They already filmed it. It's coming out next year. They filmed 2 and 3 back to back, and this is the final chapter to conclude the franchise.
Will Ferrell is gonna be in this movie. The way this this was bad. And like I said, if it had been any other director,
they reached out to Paul Rudd.
Reach farther. If it had been like some no name, director or somebody whose movies I just wasn't a fan of.
Really, Bradley says this reminded him of the Rob Zombie Halloween movies.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Wow.
No, I know. He said that wasn't good. Good.
Yeah, it got pretty.
Sorry, Bradley, to inundate you with that, but that movie hurt, man. Because like I said, that was like I came into this movie with high expectations.
Do you think maybe that's why they did? Do you think maybe that's why they're doing streaming day and date with Halloween Kills?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because also the review, apparently they're not sending the movie out to screeners either.
Right, critics have not been kind. Well, but that's because it premiered at a festival, didn't it? It premiered at a festival, so it got some reviews out, and then.
And like I said, it just was. Yeah, I'm used to John Carpenter's movies. Everything has a meaning. Everything, even right down to the where he puts the camera, who he puts where, the scene jumps. None of that was there tonight.
The camera work was it was awful.
Yeah,
that's one thing I did bring up after the camera work was so bad. I
said, this is so surprising to hear because
was it as bad as Snake Eyes?
It wasn't that, but it was one of those. So it was like
a lot of
somebody would be talking all close up, right, like this, and they go. Yeah. And like
for no reason.
What?
For no reason.
Just,
heck
why?
no.
Yeah.
This is just so, like I said, this is just so surprising to hear because it's the exact same people who made the 2018 film. There's nobody different.
It is weird.
Like I said, that film, the exact same people were there, but certain people had more or less influence. So you could clearly tell if you ever watch any John Carpenter movies, everything right down. He is a detailist, And he is his own cinematographer, and he uses a method in the cinematography that makes it to where he has a minimalist thing involved in it, but he could still scare the hell out of you. But
do you think, William, do you think that Halloween fans who just want to have a good time at the movies have seen like Michael Myers kill people, have fun with it?
If you have no standards of John Carpenter movies, then you're going to be fine with this. There was a lot of people that had fun with this
I
movie.
liked it. Yeah, a lot of people liked it.
I came in there looking for a John Carpenter movie, and I literally got Acme. I was literally waiting for Laurie Strode or her meaningless family members in the movie to draw a hole in the wall and have
Jamie
Michael
Lee
Myers
Curtis
on
any
it.
good?
I don't want to.
I'll spoil it if I give you that answer.
Yeah, we'll spoil it.
Oh, okay.
Bradley pointed out something. Yeah, too. The acting was bad. Besides
really
besides
good
like Judy Gear was all right, but even then there was like, what the.
How was Jamie Lee Curtis? Was she good?
She's good.
Well, she
I
was
thought
as good as she
okay.
could be for the horrible situation that they put her in.
Yeah, that's pretty true. She was. Yeah, she was.
Man.
There was just a lot of I don't know. It was all over the place. It got really ridiculous, and there were just some things that you're just like. Yeah.
So would
How
this
is
rank
this-
towards the bottom for the franchise then?
It is the bottom.
Oh, well, you think it's
Well,
worse
the
than
Rob
3?
Zombie one was worse.
And the
Well, I
Rob
don't
Zombie-
consider Rob Zombie movies Halloween movies only a name, because when I went to see Rob Zombie movies, I went with zero expectations, and I went with a Rob Zombie expectation. What makes this movie bad is I went the founder, the guy who helped found the franchise. I had his expectations. His name is on the movie. The Cod family, who created and helped do the first ones, are on the movie. Good people were involved in this movie, and that's what's so shocking. I wanted to love this movie. This
I
is
thought
one
Halloween H2O was bad though.
Yeah, that's a terrible movie.
It was standard horror fare, but at least H2O tried to follow the formula that had been set. This movie doesn't. There's no formula for this movie. Everything that makes Halloween work.
Can we
The
at
plot's
least
all
admit,
over the
Can we at
place.
least admit though that Halloween will never be as bad as Busta Rhymes fighting Michael Myers?
Yeah, that was.
You
pretty
can't
much
tell me this
Halloween
new one's
right
as bad
there.
as
And here's the thing, though: the franchise is what makes it, though, because this Friday the 13th, the kind of violence and deaths that were in this movie were Friday the 13th like, and that's what I go.
Oh,
with
over
Friday
the top.
13th. Yeah,
because Friday the
It's
13th
really
you
over
go
the top.
because Friday the 13th you go in knowing you're gonna get over the top.
Yeah, you
kills.
go in there with a
Jason
sword.
X.
This one, you know, you're gonna get a high. Okay, with Halloween, you know you're gonna get, you know, but this one, there are things he does that you're just like. William pointed out. This isn't really, but he's not that creative. Michael's not that creative.
No,
With-
Michael's
just a brute.
Yeah.
The guy that we met in the lobby dressed up as Michael Myers did a better job. As
That was the best part of the movie.
in the movie. You know, so it was, like I said, I was very disappointed because this was, besides Dune, I've been looking forward to Halloween Kills since it was supposed to be released last year. You know, and this was not as, you know what, it not as bad as Independence Day Resurgence, which is probably the worst sequel ever made. But because it just wasn't good. John Carpenter. This is the first first Blumhouse movie that I didn't have a positive opinion about, and I've loved everything that they've done. You know, so but hey, everybody has a bad day at the office, so you know.
Maybe Halloween Ends will be better.
Maybe I hope. Well, if they film them back to back, I don't know if that can. But if
They could do reshoots. They could do reshoots.
Yeah, John Carpenter needs to have his fingerprints on this. It just wasn't a John Carpenter movie. And you could tell that they were aiming for an audience that really has too many other types of movies like this. You could
They
have
were
just
going
went
more for
standard
the
movie.
popcorn crowd with this one.
Yeah, and you can't do that with a 40-year-old franchise and still have.
William, you're telling me, so you're telling me you wouldn't be excited for this director to take over the Exorcist franchise?
Oh yeah, that's right. He is taking it over.
Oh, David Gordon Green.
Yeah, David Gordon Green's taking over Exorcist for Peacock.
A whole new trilogy.
Depending on who produces it.
So it's more Halloween Sucks than Halloween Kills.
Yeah, you have to whoever. I'd have to see who the screenwriter is and the producer, because like I said, this movie, if you look at the list for Halloween Kills, you look at that list, you're like, this is gonna be a kick-ass movie. This is
The
no way.
trailer was amazing. I love the trailer.
The trailer was great. And that's remember I told you guys, that's why trailers don't mean jack to me anymore. I have been let down by trailers as many times as I've been fooled by trailers. I've seen movies that were epic that had crappy trailers, and movies that had great trailers that were crappy. Tonight was one of those cases where the trailer was.
Well,
the
don't
high
say
point
that
of the
because
movie.
Truth will fight you. Because Truth loves trailers. He's gonna fight you. He's gonna fight you. Fight.
Sorry, this is my personal.
Doesn't even make any sense. Not even Truth. But you know what? I'm just gonna throw them at each other. Like there you go. Truth,
There you go.
Alien, William. They all love trailers. I love trailers. I agree that they're not all right.
Yeah, I like trailers.
I used to live in a
I love
trailer.
Wait, what?
Still live in a trailer.
Jason Blum is literally like making every horror movie now.
But
So,
if he's
like,
directly, if he's directly
that's the
producing
problem.
it, no. But when he directly produces stuff, he's better. It's
Look,
better.
I like Blumhouse. I really do, and I like a lot of their films. I mean, but the problem is that like nobody was making good scary movies, right? And then all of a sudden they made like a couple of really good scary movies,
and then
everyone was like, "Hey, let's give all the scary movies to this guy because and I get it, like that's what he's going to make because he's making good scary movies." Yeah. But in
plus,
the same...
he makes very profitable scary movies.
Because they make them cheap. Because they make them cheap.
Yeah, like the Invisible Man was easy because literally it was the Invisible Man. Your effects were minimal, and that $7 million movie made up like three, 4 times its money, and it was good. I don't mind him making a lot of these movies because really there's not a lot of people out there making good ones. But he needs to be more hands-on if he's going to do it. You can clearly tell who was hands-on and who was hands-off in the production of this movie just by watching it. If you've watched enough John Carpenter movies, you know.
So you would say it doesn't feel like a because this is meant to pick up literally right where 2018 ended. It doesn't feel like a natural progression of that movie.
No.
Well, that's the thing. I had read that this movie picks up right where 2018 ended, and it doesn't. It kind of does. It kind of does, but it doesn't.
Not in a meaningful way.
Yeah. So I don't. Yeah.
Interesting.
So that was misleading. I think.
All right.
So
I was going to mention Enosh. I can never make fun of this website again because they literally called Will Poulter as Adam Warlock. So I didn't
we
say
we talked about it last night. We talked about it last night and confirmed today. Cosmic Circus now reported. That's the only reason I pulled it up because like they got one right. Let's.
Well, actually, no. It's funny.
People were telling me that they're good.
It's funny. The person who writes this website is Lizzie Hill. She used to work for Murphy's Multiverse. Actually, she used to write for that website. So I like Lizzie Hill. So
I wish they changed the name of this website because it really.
I've never heard this website ever.
Well, they've been writing on a lot of stuff.
Cosmic Book News. It can get confused with Cosmic Book News.
Yeah,
and they're bad.
A little bit.
Oh, they're for sure bad. So
yeah, so it's too close to that name.
You know what's good though? You know what's good? Cheetos.
Jalapeno Cheetos, where did you go? I had a whole bag a minute ago. I think I blacked out and woke up with a Cheeto-crusted mouth.
You've lost your
mind. Coming to theaters next month. Yes, the William life story. Waking up with a Cheeto encrusted mouth. Yeah. Now the question is,
what the hell?
The question is after the date, does Austin also have a Cheeto encrusted mouth? That's the question.
Austin to this.
What is wrong?
I was gonna mention because I wasn't here. I wasn't here when you guys talked about it, but I really like the casting of Will Poulter as Adam Warlock. It's such an unconventional choice that it's like
it is.
I kind of like it.
I like him.
It's not the typical choice you'd go for a character like that. It's not what I was.
I loved it 3 years ago when they should have had him in the story. Yeah, I'll go see it.
I have no idea who Adam Warlock is, so I have no.
Wow. and that's Marvel's MCU's fault for not knowing that.
Yeah, I look. I don't really know much about Adam Warlock either. It just everybody's been telling me that like he should have been in there.
He's a great character,
and he would have been in there. Like
he's a legendary great character.
But look, with the timeline stuff though that they keep doing in the MCU, where it's like it just keeps jumping around anyways, and now the multiverse and like God only knows how many times we're going to see the same thing over and over again. Like he fits in with the Guardians of the Galaxy story because that's where Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was going.
I would also say, to be fair, he probably would have appeared much sooner if they didn't fire him because Guardians 3 would have been out by now. I'm just saying.
Well, he shouldn't be in the Guardian storyline. He should have been in the Infinity Saga storyline. That's where he belongs. That's where he fits.
Well, there you go.
But they had different plans though, so.
Yeah,
so I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like everybody keeps telling me that, like, but, I mean, God only knows what they're going to do now and maybe put him back in that story. Who knows?
I think he's going to be the villain of Guardians 3 first, and then he'll join them as a hero.
Really? Yeah, because he's not a hero. He's kind of a complicated character.
Well, you know who's joining the MCU? apparently,
Yeah.
Bill effing Murray.
Bill Murray.
Why
He's
not
gonna
at
be-
this point?
They're
you know?
saying that he's going to be an Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania.
But it's who though?
Okay, so that's the question. It says brand new casting indicates Bill Murray will join the MCU in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Not much is known about the upcoming Ant-Man sequel, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Can we say Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania one more time?
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
That's a mouthful. I have Enosh. Hats off, man.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Paul Rudd, Evangeline Lilly, Michael Douglas, and Michelle Pfeiffer are all set to return as Scott Lang, Hope Van Dyne, Hank Pym, and Janet Van Dyne, respectively. The film is also set to introduce Catherine Newton as Cassie Lang and feature the return of two very prominent villains to the MCU. Corey Stoll as Darren Cross from the first
Did he
film.
die?
Yeah,
I didn't know he was
no,
coming
he did
back.
not die. What happened to him is that he shrunk himself so far he got trapped in the quantum realm.
Oh.
So he's going to come back in this movie, which is going to
Yes.
be great. I'm very excited.
And
to see that
Jonathan
character come back.
Majors as Kang the Conqueror. And it appears that a new cast listing may have just added one legendary actor to their cast. John Townsend, ladies and gentlemen.
John Townsend.
There it is. That's his acting portfolio right there.
That's his acting portfolio right there.
It's looking a little empty, but you know.
So
That's
here's why they're saying it is because down here, I don't know if you guys can see this. I hate that. So down here it says
Oh.
2021, 2022. So he's done stuff for Bill Murray in the past, I guess. But right here it's got him as photo double Bill Murray film feature Dust Bunny. Dust Bunny
Whoa.
is the Dust Bunny
That was
is the
code
that's
name.
the working
Code
title
name.
name. Yeah,
Right.
for
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. For Marvel and Pinewood, right? So
Oh,
that's
that's on Pinewood.
Pinewood,
Okay.
so it says thanks to brand new casting listing on Mandy.com. We all love Mandy.com.
Sure, why not?
Okay, sure, why not? All these websites just pop up like we're supposed to know what they are. Hey, by the way, that Mandy.com. Is that the Mandy.com I was thinking of, or
Different
or was
Mandy.
there another Mandy.com?
Right?
I don't know.
Confusing it with the wrong Mandy here, guys.
Yeah.
The websites I watch.
Right. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, William. Hold on.
Yeah. I'm gonna dip out, guys. I just came by to say hi and unload
Okay.
Halloween kills out
Okay,
of my
that's fine, man. That's fine. But I would like, it's because we're gonna dive into a couple of things here real quick. But I'll get your opinion, hopefully later. Then.
Well, what's up? Is it something big or something?
Yeah,
important?
it's something big. Yeah, it's something big. Kind of.
Oh, is it what you guys were talking about before? In the
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, we were because I was waiting for Austin to get here, and now we got some people here. So now I want to jump. This is just the last fluff piece thing that I had.
Okay.
It's just Dust Bunny is a production name for Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. What's interesting is that the actor's name that he is posing as a photo double for. His casting indicates that Mr. Townsend is acting as a photo double on the production for the iconic '80s actor Bill Murray. Murray's role at this time, however, is currently undisclosed. What's interesting about this is that Peyton Reed is actually a fan of Murray's, based on the tweet from earlier on this. Okay,
Who's not a fan of Bill Murray? Though?
Yeah,
exactly.
So here's something interesting: is that actually Bill Murray played the Human Torch? Did you know this?
Yeah, he did. There was a Marvel sketch. Yeah.
Cool. No, not a Marvel sketch. No, because he played.
Oh, you're
Superman.
talking about the SNL sketch?
He played Superman in a sketch that was pretty cool. That's what I used for my my thumbnail tonight. Was
also, like, wasn't he also considered for Batman for Tim Burton's Batman?
Yes, that was the other thing. Yes, he was considered for Batman.
Oh, that's right. It was
can you
that
imagine?
Fantastic Four.
As Bruce Wayne, like as Batman.
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
See there in the middle there. He's Superman there with John Belushi as the Incredible Hulk. That's why I put him in there. He's being welcomed into the MCU. So
I forgot about that he was the voice of the Human Torch in that radio show they did in the 70s.
Yep, they did a radio show in 1975. He says I was a fan. Years later at the Groundhog Junket, he signed this for me. It says Flame On, the Human Torch. That'd be kind of cool to have.
That's really cool.
Yeah. So this would be a massive addition to the ever-growing list of talents that Marvel Studio incorporates into its movies, and we can't wait to see what role Murray will play in the upcoming Ant-Man sequel, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. set to release on February 17th, 2023. So what do you guys think? I mean, do you want to see Bill Murray and
Why not? Here's the funny thing: the MCU is expanding so much; they're getting so much talent.
We're gonna end up seeing every actor in the MCU.
Yeah,
Martin
Pretty
Scorsese.
much. I mean, what actor
directing
doesn't
an
want to join the
MCU?
MCU at this point? You know,
Anybody that wants to make money.
Yeah.
Paycheck.
I do agree with Degrassi though. I think there is a possibility he's going to play Bob Lang, the father of Scott. You know.
Oh, that's
I don't know. I don't know if I see him playing like a hero or like a villain or anything. I think him playing like a smaller roles, like a
Right.
family, like one of the family members or something. You know.
As a Cain variant, yeah.
As a Cain
Could you imagine Bill Murray as a Cain?
Hey, you know what? They're going into the quantum realm, right? The quantum
Oh,
realm's crazy.
God.
Maybe he's playing Garfield.
Oh dear God.
He's playing
Oh,
Garfield.
my
He's just
God.
Garfield there.
RJ. And
Right,
I knew
Howard
that
the
this was
Duck
coming. I knew that this was coming. God, I love Todd. Todd just cracks me up, man. Todd just cracks me up at this point. With a $5 super chat, we breathe MCU, and here comes Todd. Here comes Todd. I love the look on the face of Brian. Brian's like,
At least you're consistent, buddy.
Todd here with the $5 super chat says Enosh, they are saying Ant-Man 3 has Oscar fights already.
I can't even like say that with a straight face.
Hey, you never know.
You
Maybe
got
they
about
got, maybe
halfway.
they got a really
Ladies and
good
gentlemen,
story.
Academy Award nominee for the role of Scott Lang, Paul Rudd.
Hey, you never know. Maybe they got some amazing story, or maybe it
No,
has
I
Oscar...
think we know.
Look,
Or
when
maybe that's-
187,
I think we know.
Look, when 187 are like our first resident MCU guy is like,
What?
maybe they mean Oscar vibes in terms of visual effects, like really good visual effects that could be nominated. That could be it.
you do
You know?
suck. Says we all know Ashley Madison will be doing movie rumors pretty soon. What are you doing on Ashley Madison? Nothing, honey. I'm just learning who's going to play Batman in the next Batman film.
Grinder.
Grinder. What are you doing on Grinder? You're married. Oh no, I was just learning that Bill Murray is going to be in the MCU. Did you know that once he played the Human Torch?
You know what? This kind of bring up an interesting thing. You know, I'm thinking about. Do you think that's like getting into a point where it's like Marvel's going to be able to get more of the big name established actors, and other companies are going to have to rely on lesser known, more independent actors from like the indie scene?
Nah. All these studios have the kind of money to offer people, and the prestige.
I mean, I'm not saying like
and there's going to be
it's just
people.
interesting.
There's already
you know?
been people who go back and forth, dude. I mean, look at Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton is literally he's in the MCU. He's been in Spider-Man, and now he's jumping over to the Flash. No problem. Nobody's batting an eye about it.
He did a TV series for Hulu recently.
What was that, Truth?
You had J.K. Simmons, who's going to be in Batgirl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's J. Jonah Jameson as Spider-Man.
Yeah, the major studios are always going to be able to get the top people because they all have that kind of prestige.
We got Lawrence Fishburne.
Sebastian
Holy
Stan.
cow!
Whoa.
Holy cow! Andy Summers. Oh my gosh!
go.
With a $60 super chat, didn't even leave a comment. Didn't even leave a comment.
Yeah.
All we can do.
It was
All
a
we can do
mic
is sing.
drop.
All we can do. It was a mic drop. It was just bam. There's $60.
Get some.
Pow! Pow! Right there. Dude, thank you, Andy. Dude, you're awesome, man. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate that. That's awesome, man. That is very sweet of you. It tastes like sugar. So thank you, man. Andy Summers. Let's get a round of applause. Yes. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate that, bro. All right. Heck yeah. Yeah, no, I just think like there's some people who don't want to do any superhero movies, you know? And then there's some people, I think that there's enough.
Well, I don't know if you heard Enoch, but remember who was it? Timothy Chalamet said, when I got into this, I got advice from my biggest hero, who won't reveal because he'll kick my butt, but he said the advice they gave me is don't do hardcore drugs and don't be in any superhero movies.
Right.
That's horrible.
Was his hero Scorsese?
Did you say that's terrible advice, William?
Half of that, sir. The drugs is a good advice, but never limit your career.
Why do you think these older actors are telling the younger guys don't be in any superhero movies though?
Because they're not the ones that are sought after to be in them for the most part. So you get
Because there's
some
rumors
like
that it's someone from Dune. Some people say it's like Jason Momoa or Dave Bautista.
That'd be weird.
What?
Nah, Dave Bautista. No, I can't see Dave Bautista giving somebody advice that would limit themselves, especially for a guy who got into the acting game is late. And Jason Momoa. No, I can't. Anybody who tells you, especially an actor like that is multidimensional, like Chalamet is. Why would you limit yourself? You can do a comic book movie one year. You can do a rom-com.
Well, listen, Timothy Chalamet won't do a comic book movie, but it'll go beat Willy Wonka.
But look, right. That dude Vince though, like, so this is an interesting thing. So he says because typecast used to be a thing, and I think that that's true. Like, I don't think that it. Like, I think back in the day, yeah, there was a lot of typecasting that, like, if you played a superhero, like that was it. I still think that one of the only ones of that, and hopefully Henry Cavill breaks that mold more and more, and he's starting to.
The Witcher helped that. The Witcher helped that.
The Witcher really helped that, and I think that if he gets another couple of roles that, like, people
I think
see
Mission
him,
Impossible as well.
Yeah,
he's a very villainous character.
Yeah. But like I really feel that, like, he has the ability to break out of that. But yeah, I mean, typecasting it hasn't been the same. There's so many different properties, and because nerd culture has grown the way it has, and like, in like these superhero movies.
Well, you're committing to multiple years of your life too.
Yeah, but the thing is like I just don't see the typecasting being as bad as it used to be. Because you got somebody like Tom Holland, for example, who's Spider-Man, and yet he's doing other films, and he's actually being taken seriously outside of his Spider-Man. It's not looked at like, oh, he's just Spider-Man. That's all he can do. You know what I mean? Or like Robert Downey Jr., for example. Now you can say a lot for like Robert Downey Jr.'s since he's left Iron Man. I mean, he did Dr. Dolittle. That crashed and burned.
He's had like a long story career before Iron Man.
Yeah,
so
he's also got a history that kept his career from being what it could have been at that point. Too.
So I think the important thing is you just got to pick good. You got to pick good stuff, you know. But I don't think that we're back in the day where it's like because I mean, Christopher Reeve got typecast heavily.
Yeah,
true. Heavily. I mean, he had the chops to do it, and the stuff that he did outside of Superman was fantastic. But we all know, that he got typecast heavily. Right?
Well, it was also at that time where superhero films weren't exactly respected among the general audience. Yeah. But now we're like superhero films are kind of like they have Oscar caliber material.
Well, I was gonna say too, like I might poke fun at Timothy Chalamet for being in that Willy Wonka movie, but there was some clips from onset that actually looked pretty good. Plus, it's directed by Paul King, who did the Paddington movies, and those Paddington movies are masterpieces.
The talking teddy bear.
So.
It's perfect, right?
I have not.
Don't make fun of Paddington, guys. I swear on my life.
I saw that it had 100%.
100%.
Those Paddington movies are so good.
Not anymore. It's not perfect anymore.
Please go watch. Please, I'm telling you, if you watch Paddington, you will love it.
I will not.
It's a good movie.
I'm not gonna watch.
RJ's gonna do a Paddington watch party.
I watch Ted. That's my type.
Yeah.
I watch Ted and Ted.
No, I'm serious.
Like,
Ted. You will watch Paddington and your heart will be warmed. I'm telling you, they're so good.
RJ, I can guarantee you my heart will not be warmed by that teddy bear.
Listen, I'm just saying, when I walked into Paddington, I thought, it's going to be some stupid movie for kids about a talking little bear. They're good movies, though. They're generally funny. They're really
good. It ended up being a touching story about a guy whose relationship with his dad and some breakfast meat.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages?
Even Martin Scorsese, I agree, Bradley, would say Paddington is cinema. I agree.
Cinema.
Bradley, I thought we were friends. We met tonight, man.
Wow. Wonka will be cinema.
I'm telling you, Paddington's good, so I trust that director to handle Wonka. I really do.
Big Dub Production says, did you hear Robert Pattinson and Matt Reeves are arguing with Warner Brothers because they want the Batman to be 3 hours and the studio wants it closer to 2.5?
That sounds like BS to me.
Okay, here's the one thing where if you are going to agree with Warner Brothers on anything, you have to agree with them on that, and there's a business reason why it cannot be 3 hours. You limit your screen time and you cut your money away because you can only show a movie so many times. That's why movies like that, I mean, you rare exception in game, but if you look at movies like Blade Runner 2049 and with 007, They were
No
talking
Time to
about
Die, yeah.
Yeah, one of the reasons why that movie is not meeting its expectation is not because of quality, it's because the amount of showings you can get in a day. It's 2 hours and 45 minutes. Once you breach 2 hours and 25 minutes, you start flirting in that territory of people not being able to plan their day around a movie and then the movie cinema. So it's a business reason, you know.
Especially compared to Venom, which is also still in its
Yeah.
second weekend. That's 90 minutes. It can fit a lot more showtime.
You know, this is where HBO Max comes into play. You know what? I'll watch the 3-hour version on HBO Max, but I would rather. I mean, you're asking the studio to give up a lot of money, and you're paying these guys some serious cash, and you know.
Anthony Beltray here with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Anthony. Says Timothy Chalamet as Harry Osborn.
There you go.
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. I think for if they do another trilogy, which I think they will, it's probably going to be the college years, like everyone's been saying. So I think
Sorry, every time you say that, all I can think of is
Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell. Saved by the Bell.
I really want to see Bryan
Okay.
Cranston play the Green Goblin.
When I wake up in the morning and my alarm gives out a warning, my Spider-Man in costume don't fit no more. I gotta make a new one. Get from because Iron Man ain't here no more.
William is wishing he would have gone to bed already.
Right. The cockles of William's heart will not be thawed by the warmth of Paddington.
I think Paddington. No, Paddington will do it. I think.
No,
I
it
think
won't.
Paddington
It
will
won't.
do
I promise you, it won't.
Well, what does he get dismembered and blown apart? And
That's all William cares about.
He goes through a lot of turmoil in
Does
those
something
two
die?
movies.
Do we take him to Build-A-Bear and like stuff him? Do they restuff
No, he's
him?
not. He's not a teddy bear. He's a real bear. He's a real bear from the jungle.
So the guy who,
come on!
Stop!
No, the movie explains his backstory. He's from
No.
He's I'm serious. He's not a teddy bear. He's a real bear.
How the hell does this movie have such a high score?
It's good.
No, it's not.
No.
I will be the advocate for Paddington until the day I die. I'm telling you, it's a good movie.
Okay.
Is that your hill to die on?
Okay. Hey, if that's where you want to go. Okay. So now, real quick, I want to get you guys' opinion on this, and then we'll hit our main topic of the night. So there is this. There's been the IATSE says studios are refusing to do what's needed to avoid a strike. For those of you who don't know what this is,
themselves.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know what this is, years ago there was the writer's strike, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that put us way behind. Like we're still feeling the scars of the
Quantum
writer's
of
strike.
Solace and Revenge of the Fallen got hit hard.
The Justice League Mortal movie, for good, bad, whatever, we don't know, didn't happen, right? Because there was supposed to be a Justice League movie even back then. But this is even farther reaching. Okay, this isn't just the writers. This isn't the actors. Okay, this isn't the Actors Guild.
This is everything.
This union represents everybody who makes movies or TV. And I think even is it just movies or TV, or is it also like stage production?
It might be stage production. I am not for sure. That's a good question.
Don't quote me on that. But so there is this. And so here's the thing, folks. They're trying to get, because what you have to understand is a typical day on a set is like anywhere between 12 to 16 hours. Okay, that's typical. They don't get overtime for working extra hours. It's literally just their rate of pay. They just do that. And so this is not so millionaires can get more money. Okay, that's not what this is. This is actually about the people who make these films. And making sure that they're taken care of with living wages, benefits, and whatnot, because they spend a lot of time away from their family because they're on these sets for long periods of time, and working hard. So the thing is that what we're looking at now is the possible, literally the possible shutdown of the entire industry. Now, everybody was kind of like, when this news first started hitting, everyone's like, it's not going to happen. And look, even John Campea, to his benefit, like when he first saw this, he's like, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And a couple of days later, all of a sudden, he was like, you know what? I went home the other night and a friend of mine reached out to me who's part of this union and said, oh no, this is absolutely a serious thing and could happen if they don't fix this.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Yeah. So John Campea literally came back and apologized and said, I was wrong. Right? So, yeah, so that's saying something. Real quick, Dat Dude Vince with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Dat Dude Vince. Says Lounge Discord now 2 boosts away from level 2. Yes, join the Discord. Yes, that's awesome, man. Yeah, you can level up in the Discord. So so join the Discord. Somebody's got the link to that. Throw it in there. Anyways, so this is a serious thing because literally, like, if everything gets shut down, we ain't seeing nothing.
It'll kill the industry. It'll be dead.
We literally just got through COVID, folks. Like we're not even through that. We're literally trying to build our way back to something.
Yeah.
No, this would be the death of everything else.
This would kill
the industry. Yeah. Done.
My only thing is, why would the studios refuse to like ensure that the strike doesn't happen? Though that makes no sense to me.
Because it's culling. What the industry changing to where the leverage is in the industry, everything's going to get blown up and renegotiated anyway. This strike ain't going to end everything. It's going to change everything. It's going to hurt for a little bit, but it's inevitable. This is all this, and this ain't going to be the last strike you hear about. We'll have another strike in every level of filmmaking because of where the revenue and where the leverage for these studios is coming to. Everything is going to get renegotiated. This is going to be a very, very painful growing process, but it's inevitable. It won't be the end of everything. It might, the unions might not have as much leverage as they used to, but it's growing pains. Where we're headed to. This is like a snake shedding its skin. It's got to happen, unfortunately.
Let's hear what's going on. It says an official with the AITSC told members on Tuesday that the studios are refusing to make the necessary concessions to avoid a strike, although negotiations are still underway. Kathy Rapola, the national executive director of the Motion Picture Editors Guild, told members in an email on Tuesday that the pace of the talks is quickening and that the timetable continues to be days, not weeks. In the week of the overwhelming strike authorization vote, that was what kicked all this into gear, was that they voted to give the leader of the union the ability to call for a strike. So they weren't calling for a strike; they voted to do that. It says the employers repeatedly refuse to do what it will take to achieve a fair deal. Either they don't recognize what has changed in our industry and among our members, or they don't care, or both. Now, a lot of this stems from streaming because deals are different now. Like, you can't apply the same, just like the actors, are having to deal with, new deals and how they get paid and whatnot. This is all brand new. This is all fresh. And so asking people who were maybe working on movies to now working on streaming projects and vice versa, like it's all over the place. So the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees has threatened to strike if the studios are unwilling to make significant improvements on a set of issues, including long hours and streaming residuals. A strike would send 60,000 film and TV workers to the picket lines and bring nearly all production across the country to a standstill. The union has been bargaining with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers for 7 of the last 8 days, ever since nearly 99% of the union voted to support a strike authorization. The AMPTP presented a new proposal on October 5th, and the IATSE offered its own counteroffer on Saturday. According to those familiar with the talks, the AITSE officials have acknowledged that many of the members are growing frustrated with the drawn-out negotiations. Despite our best efforts at the table, the pace of negotiations does not reflect the urgency of the situation, Rapola told the membership on Tuesday. Rapola also noted that the IATSE is fighting for many of the same issues confronting other unions across the country: decent wages, health and safety, and humane working conditions. Dignity for workers is at the core of what we're fighting for, she wrote on Friday night. We told you days, not weeks, and that is still the case. It is more important than ever to stay in touch and stay connected with each other in IA solidarity as the pace quickens and we move forward. So just remembering all the stuff that went down with the writers' strike even, I really hope that they figure this out. I hope that they're able to figure this out, come to some kind of agreements, and
there's an unfortunate part here, and it's the fact that the union is going to lose, and I don't agree with why, but who can wait out who? It's just with any union, because of the way union laws are and the way collective bargaining laws have been screwed up the last maybe 40 years, they slant heavily favorably in the side of studios and organizations. And the organizations, who has more money to wait out a negotiation? The employee, the rank employee, or an executive? It's always going to be the executive. It's always going to be the executive. Whether it's a sports strike, you may have a top tier of people who are making enough money to be able to absorb it. But for every Robert Downey Jr., there's a William Powell at the bottom, a rigger or a gaffer, or somebody who can't. And those are the majority of the people. All they have to do at this point, with the way the collective bargaining rules are made and need to change, is wait out these guys to get what they want. That's why unions are always going to lose these things. That's not right, and it sucks. But that's where you have to. That's a federal and government and legislation thing that's going to fix that. Strikes aren't going to fix this. Legislation fixes this, and unfortunately, they're going to lose. They'll save face, but they're going to lose because the multi-billion-dollar Amazons, Universals, Warner Brothers have billions to wait out the guy who has thousands, and it's always going to work out that way, unfortunately.
Well, what's up, H Bar? It's good to see you, man. $3 Theater is in the chat.
Evening.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody else have any thoughts on this? I mean, as far as like where you think this might go, or
listen, if this means I can't watch Bat Wheels, I'm going to be very upset.
Oh man.
Yes.
You might want to get
exactly what it means.
If they're taking Batwing, and if they take that Aquaman show away from me, I swear to God, I'm gonna riot. Don't you dare take that Aquaman show away.
I think the Aquaman show's like already in the can, though, isn't it?
Okay. Well,
yeah, that show's not going away. So.
Aquaman SquarePants.
But I hope people get upset about this, though. I hope people get upset about how unions in general and people at this level are treated, and not take it for granted that people who have power to do these things are always going to do the right thing by their people. You have to ingrain it into law in order for them to have something to stand on. Because otherwise, all you have is collective bargaining, and the union these days, in this era, is always going to lose, unfortunately.
Showgirls too is proposed.
That's a travesty. Well, see, I think this is a perfect.
I want the original cast. That's what I want. I want the original cast now.
There you go.
Yes,
well, no, it's a perfect opportunity for us as content creators to step up our stuff. So if there's no news and entertainment to talk about, we should become entertainment. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, why not do
during the pandemic?
Yeah, some kind of sketch action. You know what I mean? Like a little bit of comedy every once in a while. It's fun.
Well, then somebody's going to say that you're crossing the line there, Brian.
Wow.
You're making content that like
I'm not a union member, and not only that, but
YouTube
is completely different. But that's what I'm saying. Who needs that kind of entertainment when we can?
The opinions presented are those of Brian, Master of None only. And I'm not just
saying, man.
I stand with you, Brian. I stand with Brian.
It's a perfect opportunity.
It's like a new union.
Well, it's a new union.
Because the YouTube union.
Guys, I mean, there might be 53 people watching right now, but that's 53 people that are not watching a TV show.
That's true.
That's 53 people that is not engaging with a movie. They're here. They're hanging out. They're having fun. There's been streams with thousands of people on it. I'm just telling you, this is an entertainment platform. Forget about the movies.
Like with the original cast. Well, I don't think you're ready for that, Jelly.
To be fair, Brian, if we didn't have any movies, we wouldn't be here. To be fair,
that's what I'm saying. We have to.
I don't know. We were here. You know what? We were here in 2020, man. We were here, man. We were here doing this thing. Like, look, I think that there's a halfway medium there though, because
we had the Snyder Cut to talk about. For
do I want to give up things like The Mandalorian? Do I want to give up things that I really enjoy going forward for YouTube content?
Now,
that's a hard sell, but I do think though that I think that YouTube content provides a much needed
compliment.
It is. It's a compliment to it, and I feel like it gives the average person a voice. I think that's why we've seen the rise of look at everybody here on this panel, for example, okay, and others that we all stream with, that we've all befriended over the last year, for example, right? You skip back 7, 8 years, not even that far necessarily, back on YouTube, the only people doing this kind of stuff were the the colliders of the world, the the big, the Campias, exactly. Now, look, thanks to things like StreamYard and other things like that, the average person is getting a voice now, and that's who people are really going to. Collider's gone.
Yeah.
They gutted there.
Yeah. Well, Collider was gone because of
that's what I'm trying to say is that we could fill that void with entertainment. If there's no movies and stuff to talk about, we could still have stuff to do. And
the average person is not on that level of acceptance yet. You're talking about something that would take years down the line. The average consumer, though, I agree with you in the eventuality, but right now the shock to the system would be where these negotiations would get their biggest leverage. Unfortunately, you're basically telling people, well, we're not going to have this and this and that right now. And YouTube, as great as it is, and the greatest platform, it's not enough right now to suddenly fill in the void of something that you would suddenly lose. So, and even still, and this is where the unions are really in a hard spot, is that a lot of these big companies are infiltrating this entire streaming universe and on every platform. Hell, Google and YouTube. I mean, you're talking about big monoliths that shake hands with these other studios. It's really David versus Goliath. But the biggest thing that a union has to do is they have to make their case to an average person, and it's a very complicated case to make. Whereas the studios are like, well, if these guys won't come to work, we can't make this content, and it's a tough sell.
What were you saying, Truth?
Something?
Did you have something?
I was just listening.
I thought you started to say something before
I think there's enough talent in it to where you could do something small and grassroots, and maybe one day, if it doesn't get fixed, Hollywood will have to look for other alternatives.
Yeah, I agree with that.
To the common man, us. So it's like, well, what the hell? I'm just saying,
common folk.
It would make sense to fill in the void.
The unfortunate thing is, do the people who are fighting for these union rights have time for that?
If the union dissolves and it's because of that, then you know what? That's just the way things work. You know what I mean? I think
that's the way it is.
That's the way it is. I mean, if you can't adapt to survive, you're done. And that's why it's like this whole thing. It's like it's really messed up, and it's an adaptation. You're adapting from a theater market business plan to a streaming service plan, and that's the big problem, right? Everybody's like worried about how the money's going to be divvied up now. Look what's happening in WWE.
That's not adapting though, and that WWE is a good example. What WWE has done and what these guys would eventually do is they would undermine not just collective bargaining, they would undermine what a contract means. You would change the entire landscape, and that's not good for anybody. Not just these guys that are in these unions. That's not good for the average worker that's not in a union. That's just basically setting precedent for you to get not for an average person not to get market value for the work that they do. Union or not, and you never want to really give that. And let's bring up WWE for the worst. But from 2002 to up till now, up till maybe 2017, they were the only game in town. Not only did their products suffer, but the wrestlers' health suffered. The content suffered. The wrestlers themselves were driven into the ground because they were forced to work under conditions because there was no other way to go to make that type of money or to make any type of living. Mm-hmm. So, and there's no union there. So when you allow that precedent to happen, the people who get screwed are the common worker, not just the people working on these films, anybody working anywhere, because that precedent rolls on and that precedent gets held up in court. So these are critical moments for everybody. And I don't think a lot of people know the details, or they just take it for granted that these things are going to sort themselves out. And they don't always do it in a way that's beneficial for everybody.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see where this goes. I tell you what, I hope they get it figured out because I don't.
I think they will.
We've already gone through too much in the last year. I feel.
Yeah. We're traumatized.
Like we're all suffering trauma. It's like getting out of surgery and just cutting the wound back open. It's like, come on.
Wow.
Like no more, please.
Please, for the love of God, man. It's like I'll go watch the Flash movie. Just come on.
I'll do it.
Right?
I'll do it. I swear.
Even Truth said he'll watch it twice. So come on, like
I'll tell you, and you guys know how I feel. I'll go see Super Pets. I'll go. I'll watch Bat Wheels. I will.
No, I
never
draw
mind.
the line at Bat Wheels. That is the most stupidest. No.
Hey, Enosh, I have a question then.
Yes, sir.
If Zack Snyder himself came to your front door and said, Enosh, you need to watch Bat Wheels every day for the rest of your life for me to get Justice League 2 and 3, would you do it?
Here's the thing. We hear you, RJ.
I think you'd take one for the team.
I think even.
Was that like a deer or something? What the hell
Yeah,
was
it was
that?
a deer. I know. The first time I saw it, like I had to look at it a few times.
Kills.
Dear God,
dude, 1,000 pounds.
Kid gets like absolutely just like destroyed.
Wrecked.
1,000 pound
Wrecked.
running at you.
Yeah,
The deer won't save you from that question.
I'd have to do it, I guess.
That was a cool distraction.
But thankfully, we know Zack Snyder has class and taste, and he'd never ask you.
Exactly.
So,
50gism here says no Showgirls 2 unless there's a pool scene and medical personnel on the scene in case Jessie Spano gives herself whiplash this time around.
Ouch.
Oh, what's a Bat Wheels? Oh, Zeno. Oh,
Don't
Zeno.
ask.
You don't want to. You don't want to.
It's an Ethan
Hayden
Hawke.
cut-
Ethan Hawke
Hayden
is
cut what I
Batman.
It's basically Cars, but like in the world of people too. And
Yeah,
it's like the cars owned by.
It's like what if the Batmobile and all the Bat vehicles had AI, and they were crime fighters and doing stuff alongside the heroes.
Sign me
But
up.
apparently the villains have cars too.
If Bat Wheels was R-rated, I'd be into it. I'd love some muffler on muffler action. Oh gosh, man! Taking a look at the tailpipe there.
Hey yo.
No H parts. I would not be promoting Home Alone. No, thank you. No.
Home Sweet Home Alone.
I'm sorry.
You're right.
Home Sweet Home Alone.
Come on, man.
All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the main event. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So,
I gotta get going, guys. Anyways, great stuff. And
thanks, Austin. We waited all night for you.
Okay.
Okay. So last night I thought we had a really good discussion about the Superman news that came out, yesterday about Jonathan Kent being bisexual. And again, like I said at the top of the show, I don't care. I mean, when I say I don't care, like I don't mind him being bisexual is what I should say. If there's a reason to make that character bisexual and say that he's been bisexual, then great. If you got a good story to tell, I'm all in, right? Like I just want to hear good stories. I like Batwoman in the comics.
Well, she's actually a character in the comics, Enosh.
Well, yes, and I said it last night, and Austin was here and Brian was here because I said it last night. I said one of the things that I like about Batwoman in the comics is when they created her to be a lesbian, right? So like you always knew who she was, you had your buy-in. If you were gonna watch her or read her book or whatever, like you had that buy-in. Now Austin brought some great thoughts and levity to the conversation last night because he represents that side of the talk. Okay. And so I felt that was great. And then, I think we all kind of agreed, like we're interested in seeing what it is going forward. Right. I'm not going to judge it. It looks a little pandering. Mm-hmm. Right. Because they just did this thing. And you know what? You mentioned this, you mentioned this, not truth. I'm sorry. You mentioned this, Austin, last night after we were off. After we were off the air about Tim Drake. Share real quick what you said about Tim Drake and your thoughts.
Well, yeah, and yeah, we kind of talked about. I mean, Tim Drake. I know they made him bi recently too, and that one I feel that one was weird. He's been around for. I don't know how long he's been around, but I know he's been around for more than 20, 30 plus years. Since the 80s. Yeah. He's
late 80s, I think.
So he's been around for a long time. You don't just turn that character that has, like we talked about, it's never shown any history or anything like that, and just say, plot. This is your character, and hope the community just kind of accepts it. That one I didn't. Yeah, that one I wasn't too much of a fan of. This one, we kind of talked about, like you said, when waiting out and the intention and stuff. But yeah, it's I still don't know.
Yeah. So that being said, I mean, I think that there are times where these can be really good things for people when you're talking about equality, when you're talking about representation, when you're talking about things like that. And then it can backfire because it can really appear as though people are just pandering, right? Or just trying to force force a situation into people, to people to to see what people think. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I had somebody pop in the back stage area, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. And like their icons doesn't look the same. Their name is not the same. And like, you never know, like what could happen. Like, and so we're about to have a serious discussion. And so I don't want to take away from that. I don't want any nonsense coming in there. So real quick, we'll bring in who I believe is Saggy.
You don't want nonsense, but you let me on anyways.
I love you.
That's awesome.
You know how I could tell Enosh? Because only Saggy would go, wow, like that. That's
wow. Like Owen Wilson.
So
I didn't even say wow. Oh wait, I did say yeah.
So that's the pre-set up to this, because we had that conversation yesterday, and I think that we all kind of looked at it at the end to say, okay, what is this going to be going forward? We're going to look at it and whatnot. Then today comes out this news about Dean Cain. Now I know some people, you just say the name Dean Cain, people lose their minds, right? Because they don't like, he's obviously a right-wing conservative. He's got
Fox and Friends and all that.
Yeah,
they don't like his politics.
The initial thing, and I'm going to first show the so before anybody's like, oh, see, Enosh is just showing the Fox News. What? No, he was literally on Fox. So I figured we'd show
He's
that
on Fox
one
and
first.
Friends a lot.
Yeah, he was on Fox and Friends. And so that's where this thing came from. So I figured we would show the original one first and then show a couple of alternative ones. Right. And because I think that no matter where somebody comes from, as far as their political views, as far as like what they say, you don't have to agree with everybody. You're never going to agree with everybody all the time. I mean, look, there's a lot of people who agree with Dave Chappelle, and they're losing their minds today. We talked about that at the beginning of the broadcast too, right? Like they're like literally, all ticked off, like because you say one thing and then all of a sudden it like turns the tide, right? Sure. So with Dean Cain, I get it that people are doing, but I want us to have a serious conversation about this and actually break down what he said, because I felt like, and maybe I'm wrong, that's why we got a great panel here. I felt like reading some of the things that he said, there were some people who were taking some of the things that he said just to be negative just because of who was saying it. Because I felt like he was saying some of the same things that we were saying. And I don't know. So we're going to take a look at that. All right. So I'm glad to have a couple of people here actually who, like, I think representation is great. And since we're talking about this topic, I feel it's important to include everyone, right? So this is from Fox News. Dean Cain, Superman being bisexual in DC Comics is bandwagoning. That's the highlight here. Okay.
Oh, there's video of him saying this.
Oh, I guess there is. Do we want to watch the video?
I think seeing him actually speak it's more.
Here. Okay. Let's see. Make sure I shared the audio here. Can you hear it? Hold on. Whoops. Come on.
That buffer though. That ad though.
Oh. There we go.
Hey now.
Jumping.
Starting with some eye candy. Here we go.
Hello.
Oh, wow.
What the world's going on here?
Wow, this is very suggestive.
Wow, this is on Fox.
But this is very...
This is Fox After Dark.
It's a car commercial.
What kind of car is that? That's nice.
What is going on?
It's a Hyundai.
It's a Hyundai?
It's a Hyundai Genesis.
We're probably going to get
it looks
copyright
cool,
claim
though.
for that. Okay, here we go.
This
Ready?
just massive expansion of government's role in our life, cradle to grave, sun up to sundown, and all.
Get out of here, Wyoming man.
Dean Cain.
We don't care about all this.
Us live.
Okay,
Great to see you as always, my friend. What do you make of this latest government overreach?
Well, this isn't the topic.
I don't think this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, they just have that because that was the last time he was
Hold
on
on a
the air.
second so I can hear it. Hold on.
Camera shot here, but the government overreachable. It's about being able to spy, able to not do anything wrong.
This is a real great setup.
Of course, in the Batman series. Here's the headline.
Here we
John
go.
Kent finds his identity in Superman, son of Kal-El. Earth's new Superman comes out as bisexual, available at comic book shops on November 9th. Having actually been Superman, having actually been Clark Kent, what's your reaction?
Look, it's hard for me to keep track of all the different Supermen and the different worlds and adventures that he has in the comics. But what from I can gather, it's Lois and Clark's son, John. And I don't think they said it's bold and it's and bold new direction. I say they're bandwagoning. You know, a Robin of Batman and Robin, as you mentioned, just came out as bi or gay recently, and honestly, who's really shocked about that one? I had some thoughts about that a long time ago, but a new Captain America is gay. My daughter in Supergirl, where I played the father, she was gay. So I don't think it's bold or brave or some crazy new direction. If they had done this 20 years ago, perhaps that would have been bold and brave. But brave would be having him, fighting for the rights of gay people in Iran, or they'll throw you off a building for the offense of being gay. They're talking about him fighting, real world problems like climate change, the deportation of refugees, and he'll be dating a hacktivist, whatever
I feel like I'm watching
hacktivist
Hannity.
is. I don't know. But, why don't they have him fight the injustices that created the refugees whose deportation he's protesting? That would be brave. I'd read that. Or fighting for the rights of women to attend school and have the ability to work and live, and boys not to be raped by men under the new warm and fuzzy Taliban. That would be brave. There's real evil in this world today, real corruption and government overreach, plenty of things to fight against, human trafficking, real actual slavery going on. It'd be brave to tackle those issues, shine a light on those issues. As far as, I'd like to see the character doing that. I read that comic. This one, I don't think I'll be reading. I could just watch CNN or MSNBC to get this information.
Yeah, it's bravery for the left. It's not bravery for the world. And Superman used to fight all injustice. Like you said, there's a lot of injustice, including against gay individuals, that needs to be rectified. Yet Superman's not focused on that right now. Probably should be. Dean Cain joining us live from a beautiful shot there in Spain.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what.
It's actually worse. It's actually worse hearing it.
I agree with what he said. No, I agree with what he said. No, pause. No. See, here's the thing. You say no, RJ, but here's the thing. What he's saying, listen, this is a problem. This is the same problem with the Dave Chappelle thing. People don't actually freaking. Ooh, sorry, I forgot what show I was on. People don't actually freaking listen. People don't actually freaking listen to what is being said. The whole point, what he's saying is he says that seems like they're bandwagoning. Why is that a wrong statement? Because let's be all realistic. There are a lot of companies that jump on something that's trending. Right now, when it comes to LGBTQ things, it's a trending topic. Okay, so what happens is certain companies try to bank off that. We've seen it many times. We've seen people try to benefit off of tragedies. How many times when 9/11 comes up, how many companies tick off everybody because they use the 9/11 to promote something? That's why I'm saying, that's why when I was like, I agree with what he's saying, because he's saying that he feels like this is a bandwagon move, and they could possibly be one. That's not a bad thing to say, because we have seen it happen many times in our entertainment, in our marketing. It is not a bad thing to acknowledge that some of these companies are just benefiting off of the causes of the LGBT community. And he didn't say anything negative. He wasn't saying that he thinks it's a woke thing, or that these people are that he hates gay people, or he's saying there's a woke agenda. No, he's saying that this book in particular seems like they're jumping on a bandwagon. Is he wrong, though? That's the question.
I agree 100%. I have to agree with 100%. Like I said, the forum in which he said it to is probably going to slanted in the way people are going to look at it, what he said in every way. But if you listen to the details as he said, and I always say when it comes to comic books or any type of thing like that, the story has to come first, and otherwise it can be read as a gimmick.
Yeah, pandering.
I read this comic, and I don't feel like the story was paramount in their decision making to do this.
But it's 2 issues away. So the story isn't even there yet.
Look at the. I'll show you the stuff we got sent. We get from the advanced stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can kind of see because we got to order it, and I got to order 10, 20 covers for it. But that's aside. But yeah, you get a piece of it, and it's like I said, I don't completely disagree with what he said because it has to be paramount to the story. I mean, they did it with North Star almost 20 some odd years ago on Alpha Flight, but that never became part of his story to the point where that was first and forefront. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, is he is the main story him fighting injustices, or is it, because I'm going to respect him just like I would a coworker anywhere else, regardless of what lifestyle he chooses. But if I have a gay coworker, that's not paramount from when I'm working with them. There's so many other qualifications and dimensions that are going to be relevant to our situation.
Well, we talked about that last night in our broadcast, right? About like our concerns of like whether or not this will actually be something that is part of Jonathan Kent's story, or now will it just be that every issue, like that's like his whole identity becomes, encumbered with the fact that all of a sudden he's bi, which is fine. Like I said, so that dude Vince here makes a comment, and this is where I found myself, okay, because I can't stand Fox News. Okay,
Same.
I literally hate Fox News.
Same.
I
Yeah,
cannot
it's like boomer
stand
fear porn.
like
It's not,
just
it's
just
not cool.
just literally listening to the. I mean, even like when the guy was like exiting the comment, like I felt like I was
Right,
listening
yeah.
to something that was okay, and then the guy's like starts to get in this pandering thing, trying to raise people up, with the idea, well, Superman used to do this. But shut up, okay? I'll give him that. So yeah, I can't do Fox News, but just like Saggy said, and this is why I wanted to have this conversation, because if we break down what he says, he said, I don't think it's bold or brave or some crazy new direction, because if they really felt this way, like, and this is what I'm paraphrasing here, right? But he says, if they had done this 20 years ago, perhaps that would have been bold or brave.
Mm-hmm.
DC Comics wasn't doing this 20 years ago, introducing, a Superman version as gay or bi, because it wasn't a focus until the last couple of years, where all of a sudden this has risen to prominence, where more people are accepting of it and more people are coming around to this notion and more people are okay with it. And it's something that they can actually maybe market. Okay. If they had done this 20 years ago, oh my God. It
would have made waves. Yeah.
Look, the media would have been opposite on this. We saw a lot of positive media yesterday for this idea of Jonathan Kent coming out. 20, 25 years ago, you would have seen a completely different spin on how this was, and a majority of the country would have had a negative spin on it instead of a positive. And this is what we were talking about last night. I don't think most people have this, like, it's not like this crazy, like, oh my gosh, oh no, yeah, there's always going to be those people, right? We know those people. RJ, we're in a Superman group together that, like, there's those people, right? Who are like, oh my God,
yeah, I saw
not
some
Superman.
I saw some pretty bad things that Superman group.
Not Superman. Right. But as I said last night, did you notice like how a lot of these places, a lot of these news outlets, they didn't mention the fact that it was Jonathan Kent. They literally just led with the story: Superman is bisexual, with a picture of a Superman that people who don't read Superman, they don't know who Jonathan Kent is. They don't know. And so it was for shock and awe
and clicks and views.
And clicks and views to try to, because the people that they knew who would support that, they'll come in like a flood. Yes, that's awesome. And then the people who are against it would come in. No, we don't like it. And so that's what
that's how it's being sold to us too. That's how
it's
being sold us to the dealers. To be honest
okay, but then look, political things aside, he says, but brave would be having him fight for the rights of gay people in Iran, where they'll throw you off a building for the offense of being gay.
He's not wrong.
And look, right. I'm not that has nothing to do with my brothers and sisters who are Muslims or from Iran or any of that stuff like that, because I know that everybody isn't that way.
No.
But there are people doing those things because of where they're at. And so I'm not saying that in the spirit of it or whatever is right. it's just an interesting.
Well, here's what I will say, and
Okay.
I want to first off say, I like Dean Cain. I've met him multiple times. He is a absolute sweetheart. He's been nothing but kind to me in every interaction we've had with him. This is not me trying to go on a Dean Cain's evil and wrong bandwagon, because I don't think that about him whatsoever. I will say when it comes to specific comments that he made, I think there is a hint of it. What's the right word for this? It's coming off more as like an emotional response, because here's the thing: the comics have been tackling deeper subject matter, right? There's been some stuff going on that they're addressing. Jonathan Kent, if anything, is more inspired by his mother Lois in terms of how he's combating some of the social injustices going on Earth, right? They are tackling heavy issues that are going on, and if anything, some of the responses I've seen to this announcement speak to the fact that you do need to do something like this sometimes, because again, there are still people out there who are very much against this, you know.
But
but is that the argument, though? I guess that's my question. It's like that is it really?
I'm just saying, like that... when I see his comments like that, it speaks to a bit of ignorance in terms of like not understanding what comics have been doing the last couple of decades in terms of actually addressing these harder hitting social issues.
But I have to disagree.
Well, real quick, I just want to finish real quick. The thing is too, who is saying that it's bold and brave? Is it DC Comics itself, or is it the media? That is a big distinction, because I think that Dean Cain's issues with that specifically are stemming from the media presenting the story a certain way versus DC itself. Because if you go on Tom Taylor's Twitter when they announced this, he's just saying, I'm doing this for the LGBT community who wanted to see themselves. You know, it's not like a big, oh, look how brave and bold and stunning we are for doing this. That's not it. The messaging is very different compared to the media versus DC itself.
I actually have a tweet from Tom Taylor real quick, if I can read it, so that way. It says, I've always said everyone needs heroes and everyone deserves to see themselves in their heroes. Today, Superman, the strongest superhero on the planet, comes out as bisexual, and I chatted, and then it's the New York Times article. But that was his initial statement of all that, and then the media kind of, I'm sure, went on to write their articles based off of...
Okay, but here's the thing, RJ. The reason why when I popped off is because when I heard you go, ugh, I was just like, bro... I was kind of on board with that reaction when I first heard him talking, but then he hit me with the 20 years ago, them coming out like that would have made an impact and made a statement. It would have done more to bring the awareness and help the LGBTQ community cause, right? Because 20 years ago, they were still struggling to get acceptance from people, okay? So 20 years ago was when the support should have been there back then, when you had all these people who were afraid to come out because they were afraid of being kicked out of their homes by their parents because God says you can't be that, because that happened. Okay, so 20 years ago, right, it still happens, but it happened a lot more back then than it does now. And what he is saying, and he comes from those times because he remembers. Remember, he's not a young buck. He's an old dude. So he's older. So he remembers those times. And like I said, his statement, I don't think it came from ignorance, because that's a fact. That was a fact that 20 years ago would have been a great time for them to start doing this. But again, I'm not saying that he's right about this being a bandwagon move, but it's not wrong for him to assume that, because we have seen it. We have seen companies jump on it because it's a popular thing to do now. Because look at what's happening with Dave Chappelle. Perfect example. The LGBTQ community is always fighting sometimes for no damn reason. Okay? Sometimes they just picking fights for no reason. And these are fights like Dave Chappelle. That's a no reason fight. Dean Cain, for me, that's a no reason fight. Because like I said, it's a problem. Because now that the LGBT community is being heard, they're getting their rights, they're getting accepted, they're getting acknowledged. Sometimes it perceives to me as being someone that's part of that community that they just want more. That's how I feel. And that's what the problem is. Because like I always say, when you cause that stigma, right? You cause that stigma. Oh God, now Superman's gay. Oh my God, they're gonna make Aquaman gay next, and then Green Lantern and the whole Justice League is gonna be gay. Now we have people angry. Because every move they make. So it's a problem on both sides. If DC is doing this from the kindness of their heart, they really want to be inclusive to the LGBTQ community by making these moves, cool. That's great. The power to them. Support them 100%. But if companies do it for the sake of it's trending, we have to make sure that we're sending the right message so they don't cancel us. That's a problem. They're afraid of getting canceled is why they do it sometimes. They're afraid of getting canceled, so they try to do this stuff, and it's disingenuous.
Well, I was just gonna say really quickly, the reason I was kind of ugging at that by the end of it is that like I said, I like Dean Cain. I'm just saying the digs in that statement when it came to CNN, MSNBC injecting his personal politics into the discussion about the bisexuality of that character came across very cringy and pandering. I get he's on Fox News.
It is
I
politics,
understand that.
though, RJ.
But that's the thing. It is politics.
It is politics. At this point, the
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Because it is when it comes to the LGBTQ community, it is about politics. It is about politics. It's always been about politics. Why do you think gay people didn't have the right to get married? Because the government told them they couldn't.
I'm just saying, injecting those digs
thing
in there is just a little weird to me. That's all.
Here's what I find interesting, because I was trying to look up the panels that they sent us for the pre-order. But if you've read the first 3 issues of the comic, now unless I'm missing something, I didn't see the consistency of where this is headed with that. But then that's where I feel like, okay,
that's what I was going to ask. Was this seed planted in the comic books?
I don't see it, but
that's interesting because another person I've talked to that has read it says they do see that they could see.
And I guess it's subjective then. I guess
right. Yeah,
well, Nakamura was appearing in some of those earlier issues, wasn't he?
Yeah, the character's there, but
yeah.
Maybe you know what? I don't have a gaydar, so I'm a horrible. I'm
a horrible.
It all depends on the
perspective. The
gaydar
exists.
Judge.
Oh, it exists.
I have a question. Is this
it exists? That's true. That's true.
Now let me ask a question. Is this comic book a comic book or is it a manga? Because I heard that it was a manga.
No, it's a comic book.
It's
a regular comic.
So why is everyone talking about manga? I've been hearing that argument.
Because the argument is that this is why manga is more popular. It's because it has none of this stuff in it. And it's not.
Are you kidding me? Manga has an entire genre.
Well, there's no drama is the point. There's no drama
like
this.
Yes, there is. Well,
I know.
It's not drama because,
I'm just saying.
No. I'm just saying.
Whoa, now.
I'm just saying. I'm not on that side.
It makes me mad because people say that, and it's stupid because you don't know the culture. Japanese culture is different than ours. They embrace homosexuality out there.
Well,
they have skits where men dress up as women and it's fine, it's normal there. They literally have a genre of comic books called yaoi, where yaoi is basically gay comic books where it's men having relationships.
Well, I would say there are some issues going on though in Japanese culture at the moment in regards to the LGBT community though. It's not sunshine and rainbows.
But I'm saying Japan has a lot of political stuff in their comic books as well. If, like I said, people aren't reading it, they'll read it because it's entertaining. Just like with Dave Chappelle. Again, going back to Dave Chappelle, because Dave Chappelle literally lit a fire under the world's butt. It was like, I'm talking about politics and comedy, and you're missing my message because you just get offended. You're hearing the things that tick you off instead of hearing the actual core message of what I'm trying to say. Manga has a lot of political stuff in it. A lot of it involving America and our government versus their government. It's in there. You just have to really go back and look at how much of that stuff is in there. They tackle LGBTQ topics in some of their works, even in anime. People don't see it.
So here's what I want to ask. Here's another question I want to ask. Okay, so after just hearing what he said, and we've read the comments, right, and we're having this conversation about it, let's talk about the media because you brought up I think who was it who brought up? I think it was William maybe brought up the media.
Well, I said
who was it?
I
it was RJ.
Yeah.
That he was responding to what the media projects about this, right? Sure. Because the media was all over this.
That's why he used the bold and brave thing because he said they said it was bold and brave.
Yeah, because
did they say it or was it the media?
Yeah, because I really feel that like the media did, take that on. And look, we could go back and yesterday, I saw a lot of stuff. Never mentioned Jonathan Kent. Never mentioned that it was the son of Superman or anything. Right. Basically, they wanted to make a shocker piece that Superman is now bisexual because that's why Lois Lane. Yes. Lewis Lane. I talked about this last night.
There was a person, a senator or some kind of politician who said, Lewis Lane, Hollywood's going to make all our characters gay or whatever.
Well, no. The thing is, dude, is yesterday on Twitter, Lewis Lane trended, not because people were making a joke about Lewis being a guy's name, but literally because they don't know how to spell Lois. So today, if you go on Twitter right now, guess what was trending today? Lois. Just the name Lois, because people were having to use it so much to correct people over the stupid Lewis Lane thing. Okay, so but that's the thing is, like, so because people were trying to defend it, saying, well, no, Superman's with Lois Lane, right? I mean, like, you're making him bisexual. I even had a friend of mine reach out to me and said, Enosh, what is this? Superman's bisexual now? Like, what's going on, right? So the media obviously did a lot, and Cherie's absolutely right. The media. They're gonna put stuff out there, to just try to tick people off, and to raise the demographics.
They know it gets clicks.
But look at this,
and the fact that people don't read beyond headlines.
Yeah,
because the average person is just going to look at the headline and that's it. They don't actually read the article. That's something that happens a lot.
Mainstream news was the first people on the planet before internet to do clickbait.
Right. So, but look at these headlines though. After what we just heard out of Dean Cain, right? Yahoo says Dean Cain slams DC Comics over new Superman coming out. I say they're bandwagoning. You could really argue the point of whether or not he slammed them, but okay. The Hollywood Reporter, Dean Cain slams Superman coming out as bisexual. It isn't bold or brave. Dean never slammed, and that's why I wanted to have this conversation, because I think Saggy's right. Dean never ever slammed the idea of him coming out as bisexual.
No, he never said it once. He never
at any point. You could make an argument about the.
I mean, I think you could tell in his tone by the way he was saying, like, well, my daughter is, and everybody else.
Yeah, the new Captain America's gay too now.
Well,
I think you could assume.
No,
I don't think that's what that was, though, because I don't read that tone at all. I read that as he's saying, look, this is all around us. My daughter was gay over here. This was gay over here. Like, there's a lot more gay representation than there was. Like that's where I'm feeling like just because of who he is, like
his background and stuff like that.
Yeah, that people are like, here's because and look, that's why I got everybody else here. I don't hear him slamming the idea of Superman coming out as bisexual. All he said was, I don't follow it all along. I probably won't be reading it. I doubt Dean Cain is reading a bunch of comic books anyways. Okay. He played Superman. So it's not like I think that they're losing out on his subscription. Like he canceled his subscription to Superman all of a sudden because, Superman came out as gay. But then the New York Post says Dean Cain blasts DC Comics. I think you could make a better argument for him blasting DC Comics or the media than anything with him like blasting the idea. But then the Daily News is, Dean Cain rails against Superman coming out as bisexual,
which isn't fair. These
titles are very sexual. Slam, blast, rails. Ooh,
the rails one really got me.
He's railing,
He's railing Superman now.
Wow.
Heyo.
What the hell?
Yeah. So out
of all these headlines, the worst one is the Daily News one because that one's not really fair.
I feel like the Daily News one and the Hollywood Reporter one, like the Daily News one is completely unfair. It's completely unfair, and I think, and you can tell that that's just there to really stir some people up. And I think that the Hollywood Reporter one, is kind of like speaking for him instead of actually reporting it. It's like they're taking it and instead of reporting what he said, they're mixing what he said.
Comes in.
Yeah. And the last one on both sides. The last one, Sky News, is the only title that actually is like the most accurate and fair, where it just says Dean Cain says. It's not saying he blasts or just saying what he said. That's what those headlines should be. But again, we're talking about mainstream media, and their whole thing is we need to tick off as many people as we can. Like I said, it's like YouTubers. Mainstream media is just a bunch of YouTubers that have a better studio.
It's almost as if
value.
YouTube commentary has become exactly what Fox News and all mainstream media.
I'm telling you, I don't watch news. My news source is Philip DeFranco.
I'm just saying it's fascinating to see how YouTube has copied the exact model that mainstream media has taken over the last 20 years. It's
the only thing that's missing is
they were the first, and it works for them. Why wouldn't it work for others?
No, I know. I'm just saying it's interesting how that model was copied over here. You know.
But that's what I say. I don't watch news. I don't watch news, read news articles. I get all my news from Philip DeFranco because he's a YouTuber who is, from my part, from what I've seen, pretty fair. And he covers these stories and he gives his opinion. And then he says, "I ask you, what's your opinion?" You know, that's why I like that, because he doesn't come off. He hated Trump as a president, but he covered news in a non-biased way, and I respected that. Where others, you watch different news coverage on Trump, you get two different opinions. And you're sitting there like, can't you just tell me what's going on without putting your take on it?
It's what I've been saying before about the news, and not only the news, but also some YouTube stuff too, where it's news disguised, it's opinion pieces disguised in the form of actual news stories.
Yes.
That's what a lot of what you're reading lately.
Sure.
They're opinion pieces disguised as news, because it's not really the news. It's so-and-so's take on the news of the day. You know, like the talk show host stuff, that is their perspective on world events around them. But, you know, in the case of someone like John Oliver, I really like John Oliver. I watch John Oliver. I think he does great work. But that is his perspective on world events. He's trying to inform the audience, but he's going to give his opinion, his comedic take on stuff. Right?
His is satire, though. He labels himself as satire. In the old days, when the news came on, when somebody switched from the actual facts to their opinion, you saw a little postscript down at the screen saying editorial, or something that like a disclaimer. You don't see that anymore, so that's a big problem, because like Dan Rather would say, you know, he was saying, now I'm going to give you an editorial, and then the entire time he was talking under that, it would say editorial, so you knew you were getting his opinion. And then when that little thing disappeared at the bottom of the screen, you went back to him reporting what was actual facts of the day. Now that line's been blurred. You are correct, unfortunately.
Listen, I miss the days when news just told us what the F was going on around the world, of things that actually mattered.
That's why local news is better.
Well, I'm saying, like, I miss the news when they actually, like, told us what was going on around the world, but instead we got, like, 48 hours of coverage of one of the Kardashians' boyfriends overdosing and stuff, and, like, that was national news. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I pray for you, dude, and I'm sorry that happened to you, but, like, no offense, but people OD all the time. Where is all their coverage? Why are we focused on you? Oh, right, you're a celebrity, so now everybody has to care. Like, no, what about the starving children in the world? Or, you know, all the people who are getting killed every day, of like the actual problems. No, we have to worry about what the Kardashians are overdosing on this month. Like, what?
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. It's like we read a lot of stuff in the news that's not news. It's not really stuff that affects you and me. Like, and I'm not saying that this doesn't affect you and me, like, as far as like a topic. I'm saying though, there's a lot of like, yeah, I don't care about what the Kardashians are wearing today. I don't care about the fact that they got in a fight. I don't care about, like, you know, this celebrity and that celebrity. Everything's like celebrity watching. And Blake here makes a great, you know, comment where he says the journalist's job should be to stay neutral and write articles. However, that's not today's media fan base, because that does not get views. That does not get eyes on what you're doing, because if they were all just reporting the news, guess what? We wouldn't need so many outlets.
Well, guess
what, folks? We don't need so many outlets.
The news has never been about just doing that, though, but they've always been about identifying. Robert Cronkite always gave his opinion every night he was on the air, but he let you know where the line between his opinion and what the news was. That's the main thing. You've always had opinion in news as long as there's been news. It's just that it was
lately there's a lack of transparency.
Listen,
there's always been editorials and yes. And,
I see people in the chat saying, you know, those things don't get ratings. We are to blame. Listen, there's enough old people on this planet still that are getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning catching the news. Okay, where it's not about the young generation. But no, that's like what I'm saying. Like, there's enough people who still do watch the news. You know, my stepdad, he watches the news every morning. You know, people still
even
watch
local news, though, is tainted, because I don't know if you've seen videos of this, because all the news outlets are owned by the same conglomerate.
Sinclair.
And so they literally send out. There's a video on YouTube that you can find. I wish I had it right here with me, but there's a video of like literally, and one of my local stations is included in that, and it's literally like 50 different channels, and they start off with each one, and it just goes through the thing, and then it shows them all like Brady Bunch style, all talking at the same time, and they're all reading the exact same verbatim thing about something that's happening because it's already been pre-written for them and sent out to them, you know. And so that's local news, and that's local news. I did want, you know, one thing though, you know, okay, because we talk about the things that like divide us, right, as a country. And look, I don't like to talk about, you know, politics a lot here on the channel because I think it divides a lot of people, right? But can I also say though too, like, so I don't like Trump. Okay.
Night, Shuri.
I don't like Trump. I have good night, Shuri. I've got issues with so many things about Donald Trump. And I know most of us do. Okay. But I saw I'm trying to find the comment here because here's the thing. There used to be a time in our country, in the United States, where people went to the polls, they voted for whoever they voted for, right? And then they came home and they were still neighbors to the people next to them. And they were still uncles to their families and aunts and brothers and sisters and sons and daughters and grandchildren and grandma and grandpas and coworkers. Okay. When I read things like, well, they support Trump, so F them, and I don't want anything to do with him. Here's the problem with that.
You just cut half the people out of your life.
Half the country voted for him. Whether you and I voted for him or not, half the country voted for him.
I had family who voted for him.
I don't know about you, Enosh, but I voted for Kanye. When I came back home, everyone was gone. So I don't know. I think you're full of it because I voted for Kanye and everyone was out. They like, I came home, nobody was around. The kids weren't playing in the backyard. The dogs weren't barking. I said, what happened? And somebody walked by. I said, hey, you know what happened? Yeah, they heard you voted for Kanye. They out.
Yeah,
but see, that's my point, right? Is that what you have to understand though is people voted for who they voted for different reasons. Yes, there is absolutely people in this country who are bat crap crazy, okay? who have these crazy notions. I know people that I've literally gotten in arguments with. They're like, oh, Enosh, you just don't know. You just keep thinking that way. I can't wait to prove you wrong. I got one friend that I love her to death. But my God, she almost danced around me one day telling me that she could not wait to prove me wrong because Trump was going to get reinstalled. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And I just looked at her and I was just like,
there are a lot of people like that.
That's not how this works. Yeah. And I'll have that conversation with anybody. That's not how this country works.
Right.
No. No, that's not how it works. Sorry. But the thing is that like they're convinced, and there's always going to be people like that who are that way. Does that make, I would say even those people, it doesn't make people just bad people because they have horrible ideas about something. Okay. And it also doesn't make people bad because they voted for somebody. Because I know a lot of people who voted for Trump who has nothing to do with that. Mm-hmm. They're not some crazy extreme right wingers or whatever. Okay. Yeah, they're not that. They just simply didn't like the alternative.
Mm-hmm. Right. They chose the lesser of evil. That's what they did.
The first time when he was elected president.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who voted for him.
They didn't like Hillary.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like Hillary, and those were only two options at that point. So they voted for the lesser of evil, which was unfortunately Trump. And a lot of people had that excuse, that reason, and you know that's just what it was. Like I said, I've told this story before.
I don't, the lesser of, when I hear the lesser of two evils, when I hear that, that's translation to me for people just not paying attention. There's always there's only one evil and one good. You just got to pay attention.
But again, the whole point was people really just didn't want Hillary to have the position. And then my thing is, I tell this story all the time. I will tell it till I'm blue in the face. My uncle, white man, voted for Trump. Was posted about on Facebook. My half sister called him a racist for it. And I'm just like, are you for real? Are you Uncle Alan? Are you for real? This man literally like knew us when we were toddlers, bro, and he loves us. What all of a sudden now he's racist because he voted for a president that you don't like? What? Yeah, that stuff happened.
There's a reason why I'm not on Facebook anymore.
Oh, that's the reason why I'm not on Facebook either. I can't.
Facebook is terrible most of the time.
What I'm saying is,
I don't care about what my aunts and uncles think about politics, man.
Right. There's people that I've unfollowed. There's literally people that I've unfollowed because of that. And my point is just this. My point is not about Trump. It's not about Biden. It's not about any of that stuff. Okay. My point is this: is as human beings, we got to stop making pre-assumptions about each other.
Yeah.
Like
Amen.
Republicans need to stop prejudging Democrats and that they're all some horrible, evil left-wingist who want to come in and force abortions on them. You know what I mean?
And on the same token, the left-wingers need to stop thinking all the right-wingers are, backwards Christian zealots that want to just roll.
Basically, everyone is stupid, and people need to stop being stupid. There you
go. Everyone is
chill.
Yeah, it's true.
Everybody love everybody. Okay.
Well, people just need more conversations, and that's the problem. Like nobody wants to talk to each other.
Well, it's not just that. It's just it's not just that. It's nobody wants to talk to each other, and then when you do talk to each other, you make it personal, get mad, and don't want to see eye to eye. And it's like that's what it is. Like we can have a conversation, that's fine. But if somebody's gonna come at me and be like, "Well, you're stupid because you think like that," okay, well, I'm just knock your teeth down your throat. That's where we're going. That's where we're going with this conversation.
Well, and the thing
I didn't vote.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of people who didn't vote.
Yeah,
a lot of people who didn't vote. 187 brings up a point here. He says, I grew up in the military, and what Trump is a traitor. It's on him. Look, that's I would never tell you that's not. I don't know, but that's not. I'm not telling you that's not a valid.
The word he's not using is traitor. It's traitor. Traitor.
Traitor.
That's why I said, what did he trade? I was confused.
I didn't bring this up for that reason. I didn't bring that up to make fun of the way he spelled it, but it's there. So ha ha ha. No, I'm just kidding. No, I love 187. My point is because then he did it again. No.
We love you 187. We're just playing with you.
We love you 187, man. Try to bring some levity to this situation.
Well, I did write the art of the deal.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. But here's the point. Here's the point, though. I know a lot of people who are military, whose whole families have been military. And they don't see it that way. So I know he's like, you know what I mean. Spell check, LOL. I know.
It's all good.
But the thing is like. But see, that's the thing. Is like to truths. That's why they call them the truth. Is because like seriously, if we don't have conversations, we're all going to have opinions, right? Like we can see something and go, well, this is my opinion on this. This is my opinion on that. It's interesting though because when we start talking, how our opinions all of a sudden start to mix together and we start to find truth, right? Because and that's where I think that like the people on the fringes of our society right now politically, like that's not truth, right? You're not going to find truth on the right wing. You're not going to find truth on the left wing. Where you're going to find truth is somewhere in the middle where people are actually coming together and having discussion.
On the Poindexter Lounge.
On the Poindexter Lounge.
Not on Saggy's channel, though. Not on Saggy's channel.
No, and if Jeremy comes on one more time and tries to tell me that people hate it because he's a Trump supporter, I'll look right at him again and tell him, no, it's because you're a dick. I did it once. Do it again.
Do it again.
Oh, that was a great moment. I wish we can go back to
that. Jeremy.
But I mean, so I don't know. It's just
the world. That's the thing, right? Like, because I might disagree with some of the wording that Dean Cain used in what he was talking about with this. I don't hate the man. I've never hated Dean Cain. The fact that some people are like screaming at him and call him the devil and this and that, it's like he should be like, we should just erase him from the history of Superman or all this and that. It's like, it's ridiculous. I might disagree with him politically a lot, but like I said, I've met him several times, and I've told the story before. There was a 3-year gap between when I first met him and the second time I met him. He remembered my face. He remembered my name. He waved over to me and told me to come over and say hello to him.
He also remembered that you smell.
All right, let's kick Saggy out.
Look, and I will say this, and this has no bearing on my thoughts tonight either about this discussion. But I've met Dean Cain. I've talked about it many times. He was super nice to me and my family as well. He was, he was actually very very good to my kids, you know, and you know, and I've shared the story a lot of times. Like his handlers had a little sign out that said if you had more than 3 people in your picture at Comic-Con, that you had to pay double for just the snapshot, not the like the professional photo, but like the snapshot was like $40 or something like that, you know, to take with your own camera. And like, you know, I wasn't going to spend $80 or $70 or $80 on a photo like that, you know, to bring
especially
my
when it's
other
only
kids
like
into it.
like one extra person or something.
Yeah, well, no, I had my 3 kids, so yeah, so it'd have been 2 extra people, right? And so my kids were like, no, Dad, you know, you and Tiffany, you know, you guys just go, because he, you know, you guys watched him in Superman, you know, and so we were going to do it. And he had a conversation. It was right before Batman v Superman came out. He talked to the boys because he saw Landon, and Landon told him that his middle name was Jor-El, and he loved that, and he was, you know, teasing him about being his dad and everything. And then he saw Logan was wearing a Batman shirt on. He's like, oh, we're supposed to fight, you know, and stuff. And it was like play fighting with him and stuff. Like I've got, you know, the Superman tattoo, you know, that he did all the promotional stuff with, you know, back in the day. And so like we, you know, he thought that was cool. And then when it came time to take the picture, Tiffany and I went back there, and he's like, hey, well, is everybody not going to come back and take a picture? And we told him what happened. And he said, hold on just a second. And he walked over. He wasn't rude to her, the girl, but he just looked at the girl and he said, take that sign down and don't do that again. Because I had asked the girl, and she said, no, specifically, no, you can't do it, even if it's your family, just to have 2 extra people in the picture with you.
Yeah.
And so,
Oh, wow.
So he said, he told the girl to take the sign down and to not do that to not do that again. And so, and then he proceeded to take like 8 or 9 shots with us. Like we got all kinds of fun. I mean, look, we got him like pointing at my tattoo and, you know, doing crazy shots, funny shots, you know, serious ones and stuff. And so, you know, I just think that like, no matter how bad I think of somebody's like political opinion,
yeah,
people are people. Mm-hmm. And that's what Superman embodies. Superman is a character, and this is why I guess it means something to me. Superman is a character I don't think would ever distinguish like that against somebody politically. He would actually encourage people to voice their opinions within reason, within the legalities of the country, you know what I mean? And let everybody have their space. And I think that that's what we have to do. We have to let everybody have their voice and have their space. And that's why we have discussions. That's why we have conversations, right? And then, you know, whatever comes out of that, at the end of the day, we may find, you know, common ground. I know plenty of people. Listen, I know plenty of people who, if you had asked them a few years ago, they had a hard line. There's people who may be in the presidency right now who years ago said they absolutely disregarded and believed that gay marriage should not happen.
Barack Obama said it. It was part of his platform campaign, and yet he evolved. He was the one who signed into the law. You know, it was on his desk. So people evolved.
There's video of Joe Biden saying the exact same thing, right? Yeah. And so the thing is that people can evolve, people can change, but how are they going to do that? They're going to do that through
engagement.
Engagement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yelling at them, call them racist is not going to change their opinions. It's just going to involve them even more.
Wow, it's kind of like I've been saying that for like a while now, for the last few days, to be exact.
We have always had these types of people, but they just never elevated up to certain platforms. If you ever Google Pat Buchanan was far right than any of these guys that you ever see. He ran for president a bunch of times. He never got elected because he could never get out of the primary, because at that time the demographics that supported that way of thinking, it was so overwhelmingly not anybody diverse that nobody ever thought that they were going to lose their position. Now, 30, 40 years later, you look at the demographic change, you look at on all levels, the country is changing. And the people who are afraid of that are not necessarily racist. But like I said, if you've grown up your entire life and you've seen how people who are living diverse lifestyles or come from diverse cultures have been treated, it's in the back of your head that if I lose my position, if I'm no longer the majority, like in the next 25 to 30 years, it will be, where am I at? And people won't come out and say that, but that's what they're feeling. It's a legitimate fear. But like I said, as a brown person, I'm here to tell you, you guys are going to be okay, right? It'll all work out. It's not going to be like it was historically building up to this. But a lot of that comes from, you wouldn't see a lot of these the far right goes, there's nothing wrong with being conservative. You know, conservatism. Dean Cain is just to me. I don't consider him far right. I consider him to be moderate conservative for the most part, and that's just based on what I've heard him say. You know, but the polarization comes from the fear of change, the fear of demographically, being pushed out.
And ignorance is taught, and we need to remember that ignorance is taught, and something that's taught can be untaught, and you can teach them a better way. So it's like I said, there have been people who've thought one way, and they changed their stance. People can always grow. Like I said, people can be ignorant. That they can be. It's the whole point of you need to change them, educate them, let them know that they're being ignorant, and explain to them why. Like what people say, don't just label people things. I'm getting tired of the label game, because it's just like that. When you label somebody something, then in their minds, well, if you're gonna call me that, I might as well be it. And that's the reality of it. If you're gonna call me a B word, I'm gonna be a B word. It's facts. That's just how it is. Like, if I'm not changing your mind of who you think I am, then I'm just gonna be it.
Look, I think, and I think that's where people are starting to get burned out on like cancel culture. I think people have a line that they're willing to go to, right? Like they're like, if you say, hey, well, this isn't right, and you go, okay, yeah, you're right. I come up to this line and I'm like, yeah, this isn't right. But then when you start pushing over that line where it's like, okay, if somebody says anything other than what you think, now we're going to destroy their lives. We're going to totally cut them out of society. We're going to act like they don't. That's not productive, one. And it's also not fair, because and honestly, it's scary. It's flat out scary and weird. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. Like, look, every time I see a preacher, and there are preachers, okay? Let's talk about that. There are preachers that I see videos of who literally talk about doing like horrible atrocities to gay people. Okay, I literally just saw a video the other day of what's his name. He's oh gosh, I can never remember the dude's name. He's famous though for hating gays.
Hager.
Is it the guy
not
who wanted to
Hager.
blow COVID away?
Maybe he's the guy who looks like the dude from Lost.
That does not narrow it down.
Well, the main dude from Lost. I can never
Joel
remember.
Osteen. No, just kidding.
No, Joel Osteen.
I know who he's talking about. He's at the
he's got this little shoot off of the Baptist church, and like he says horrible things, like he actually believes that gay people should
Westboro.
Yeah. It's that bad, right? That like he feels like he doesn't even want to reach out to people of different belief systems than him. Maybe Greg Locke.
Hang on.
Maybe. Let me look it up, because if it is, I'll call him out on it, because
is it Grayson Fritz?
No, not Greg Locke, but he's crazy too. Greg Locke is oh jeez.
Hey, on a positive note, the portal to order more Superman number 5s are still open.
Yeah, Greg Locke has some interesting ideas, telling people not to come to his church if they're vaccinated and all this stuff, And
I think it's Grayson Fritz, because I looked up pastor says mean stuff about gay people, and all the articles that popped up was about this pastor named Grayson Fritz from Tennessee. Tennessee pastor, who is also a detective, calls for LGBT people to be executed. Holy crap!
He's spreading that stuff overseas too. If it's the same guy, he's actually influenced certain governors or governments over in Africa, continent of Africa, to take the same harsh death penalty stand against. I think that's the same guy. Now, just to let you know, this thing should always be worse. Could always be.
And by the way, those type of pastors are what I like to call false prophets. Just say
exactly.
Those are false prophets.
Hold on a second.
Those aren't even Christians, in my opinion.
Literally, if you're literally calling for killing people, that literally breaks one of the 10 commandments.
Well, and that's like and trying to use like Old Testament theology. No, here he is.
Well, it's in Leviticus.
Right. No. Here's the guy.
What's his name?
Here's the guy. I found him. Stephen Anderson.
That's the guy. That's the guy who's influencing the other continents.
Yep. Here he is. Here, I'll show you what he looks like.
Do we have to?
Well, I told you that he looked like the guy from Lost. So
but which guy? I know, like, there's so many guys.
Sorry,
we'll see it, and then we'll be like, oh, he's in that other movie.
Oh yeah, guys. Maybe he is the guy from Lost, and I just didn't realize it.
Maybe.
Where's my car?
Yeah, right. Hold on a second. So no, he's not the guy from Lost though. But he looks just like him though. I swear to God, he looks just like him. But this guy annoys me in so many ways. Like I can't even tell you. Like this dude the things he says about. He's
got a punchable face for sure.
Right?
God.
But this guy has literally stood behind a pulpit and said that that he wants to that he wishes to kill people,
Yeah,
and
don't
he doesn't
Google
wish
that guy if you don't want to ruin your day.
Yeah, he doesn't want to even talk to him about anything, right? Like he doesn't even want to convert you. Okay, let's put it that way. He doesn't want to convert you. He just wants to rid the world of you. Okay.
Apparently, he's been banned from visiting several different countries.
Yes,
yeah.
He's headed over to Africa. He has a group that headed over to Africa to influence their laws to influence the death penalty on if you're gay or not. Some people are just awful people, man.
Yeah, Maskashai is right. This guy has the worst apologetics it's ever. Like he has taken scripture that like even scripture that like you could actually sit down and like there are scripture that you could sit down and you could have a debate, right? You could talk about what does the Bible say about these different things or whatever. But like a healthy debate about it, right? And like I know plenty of apologetic people. Apologetics is the study of being able to argue for your faith. Okay, for those of you who are wondering, that's what apologetics is. So the thing is, there are people who have that, but they have reasonable debates. They don't hate anybody. They're not calling for anybody to die. They're not calling, they're not stupid. Okay. But this guy is literally like building up a church of hate. And this guy drives me absolutely freaking nuts. And so when I watch those kind of things, I look at that and I go, okay, that's a problem. Right.
You think?
And I guarantee you this dude probably voted for Trump. Okay. I guarantee that. But you know what? I know some nice little old ladies who just love Jesus, who have good hearts, who are Republicans, who if I don't care who you are or what you are or who you sleep with or anything. If you came over to their house, they'd bake you some cookies. They'd bring you in and have a nice glass of milk. Like they would love you to the hilt. And they also voted for Trump.
Who, by the way, was not even a Republican prior to 2011. He was a Democrat. He was a card-carrying Democrat.
Who was?
Donald Trump was a Democrat until he decided to run for politics. Look at his body record. Look at his. He was a Democrat. Literally, he donated tons of money to Democratic causes. And if you look at his views up until the point before he ran for office, he was very liberal. That's why it was such a shock to the system when he first ran for office. The transformation, but that guy was one of the most liberal guys, not very religious at all.
Then he was able to manipulate an entire.
You know what though?
I've had family members try to tell me that Trump is a born again Christian, and I look at him and I go, you're out of your ever loving mind. You need prayer for sure. I need to lay my hands on you in Jesus' name, maybe with a fist.
It's also weird too because some people treat him as like a deity figure.
Listen,
that's exactly what. Yes, the church,
guys,
absolutely. Yes,
guys, we need to be thankful to what's his name? What's that guy's name? We need to be thankful to Stephen
Anderson.
Stephen Anderson.
Yes, we need to be grateful for him and people like him. Do you know why?
Do we know they're out there?
Not even just that. People like that remind us why we don't want to be people like that. And they basically, the evil, it's a balance, yin and yang. We need these garbage human beings to show us why we are better than them and how to be better than them. Because when we see these things and we talk about these stories, we know that these are garbage people. And it sucks because in the ideal world, these people shouldn't exist. And I agree, but I'm glad they do because it teaches us what not to be in life. to be better people and to know that that's wrong. If we didn't have people like this in the world, we wouldn't know what was wrong. We do, because of people like this garbage human being who thinks that it's okay to manipulate a book that was meant to be good. For the most part, I think that the whole part about, you know, gay people being an abomination was not cool. But still, there's other messages in that book you could take away from that were pretty good.
The Church of Melons, boy. That
Church of Melons, right?
Enosh, you should just start your own church. Or a cult. I don't know. One or the other.
Oh, wow. Which one? You know?
You already got a head start there. So.
He already has a cult. Remember, he's the leader of the Snyder cult.
Yeah, I'm the leader. I'm the leader.
Just don't drink his Kool-Aid, guys.
It's not a cult. These are just friends who do everything I say, offer me their bodies for sex, and occasionally kill people in my name. Does that sound like a call to you?
Waco, baby.
I love that show.
I love Mask of Shy here. This is awesome. He says that was part of the punitive aspects for anybody who studies theology. That was part of the punitive aspect of the purity laws from the old covenant, which was fulfilled in Christ. If you don't believe it, well, you do you. But Christians are called to love even their enemies, and that's the reality. Is like this mobilization and kind of like militarization of Christianity. Like, it flies in the face of everything that Jesus did. One of my favorite stories from the Bible is when they come to get Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane to take him to be crucified, and this soldier cuts off, or Peter cuts off a soldier's ear. He pulls a sword on the soldier, try to defend Jesus, and he takes a slice at this guy's head and cuts off an ear. First of all, an ear shot, guys. An ear shot. Cuts off the dude's ear. That's a good shot. That's a good slice right there. Okay, that's like a Snake Eyes, like Storm Shadow type.
Sharp knife.
My favorite story in the book is David and Goliath.
Well, so that happens though. But what does Jesus do? Jesus literally reaches down, picks up the dude's ear, puts it back up on his head, and heals the dude, and then looks at Peter and goes, "That's not what we're here to do. I've got to do this." So it just goes to show you, man. You know, Jesus, even in the Bible, he went to the cross. He suffered through the cross for that. Jesus didn't call you to be some militarization to go out and attack everybody. That's just,
Did anyone else think when he was telling the story, when he's like, Jesus picked up his ear, and the first thing I thought, did he talk into it? Can you hear me, sir? Are you okay?
Are you okay? Are you okay? All right.
Sir?
Are we coming through?
Does this still work? I'm curious. My father didn't tell me how the anatomy works. Talking with his ear.
No, I just think it's a good conversation to have. Like I said, I think it's interesting the way that different people have responded to this and whatnot, and I just think that we got to be respectful of everybody, you know. And the same thing that we all came to last night. I mean, Austin was great last night. You know, Brian here being on the channel, and I love the fact that we had this panel of people here to discuss this, because I think the more people you add to the conversation, the better.
Yeah, you get a bunch of different opinions, and we did.
Well, I was just gonna say too. The other thing about this whole thing is, like, it's a big deal now, but 2 months from now, no one's gonna care.
Right. Wait a
right.
minute. I gotta sell comics, man. What you talking about?
I hope people are invested in the story to buy them. I'm saying the people who are invested in the story will be interested, but it's like no one's gonna be talking. Like, you know,
nobody's gonna be talking about it like this.
No one's still upset about Masters of the Universe Revelation. That thing went and it's gone, and
they're gonna be on November 29th.
Right, RJ is literally for once spot on. Okay.
For once, how's that supposed to be?
No, but honestly, RJ is spot on, because what happens is, like, that's why I agree with his statement about bandwagons, right? Because people jump on these topics, they don't actually care about them, and then once it's over and dies down, on to the next. We wait for the next thing that's going to tick off people, and then we talk about it. That's literally how the formula works. You know, people don't stay mad. That's why it's fun. It's in passing.
If it's a storyline that doesn't have a lot of run to it, but if it's intertwined throughout the run of this comic, it's going to be talked about, because that's And it depends on how they write it. Like I said, some of the preview stuff, it's in the forefront of the preview stuff that they put out. So if it stays that way, then it's going to be constant.
Well, I trust
fan fiction.
Sorry,
go ahead, RJ.
No, I was gonna say, I trust Tom Taylor. I think he's a great writer. Every single book I've read that he's done has been great. His stuff with Laura Kinney, All New Wolverine, fantastic. His stuff with the Deceased, great. I like his Injustice comics; those were great. I liked his work on the Suicide Squad book. I trust him as a writer. If he knows what he's doing, and I think he does, I'm sure this is going to work out perfectly fine. So
listen, people have been you stupid Brad, I love you. Listen.
Oh, I had the time of my life. Oh, I never felt this way before.
I swear
it's true.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Just wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. Everyone. I'm looking at this picture. What am I seeing here?
Pound it.
Wow.
Everyone's
It's like a lot of tentacles and like massive stomach.
I see. All right.
Well, I was just
I knew it as soon as it left my mouth.
You know what's funny though is like people have like fans have been making all of your favorite characters gay long before they started making it canon, okay? And no one's been saying nothing about like fan fiction. Like people literally they shipped brothers, okay, from Supernatural. Dean and Sam have been shipped many times. They made a joke.
There's some weird people on the internet.
But they made a joke of it.
Well, look at Frozen.
Look
at Frozen. People shipped Elsa and Anna.
But that's what I'm saying. Like they've literally made jokes about it in Supernatural about people shipping them together. But that's what I'm saying. Like people have been making. Yeah, you're funny with that. People have been making these characters gay for a long time.
That's what Saggy looks like every time she talks.
This is what you look like.
That's a sound, not a visual.
Yeah, you look like a fart. That's what you look like, is what I'm implying. You look like a fart. If farts could have a physical form, it would be RJ.
It'd be like
best butts to sniff at the park. I don't think this is an article for human readers.
Now hold on there, Stewie. Just hear the man out.
Thank you, Chris.
I don't know what to say.
Walking, talking, fart.
It's a lot of projection.
Wouldn't he be floating? But never mind.
There's a lot of projection.
But the
walking, talking, smelly fart.
I wonder what the speculator buyers are going to do with this. Like, if there's going to be like Batman Damned was when the misprint of Batman Damned came out. Because I had everybody.
Oh, that's the one where Batman. They actually showed his.
That was the first ever Black Label comic. So.
By the way, for everyone making fun of his pink hair, he is a Japanese man, and in Japan they dye their hair like all the time.
No, Say, don't you understand? If you dye your hair, that means you're woke.
Dude, in Power Rangers, when you dye your hair, it made you an alien. So yeah, I guess so.
Don't look at pictures of me from 2008. Is all I'm saying.
Well, my son's not gay. My son's not gay.
I might not do that anyway. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, your son's not gay.
My son's not gay, and he literally dyes his hair that same color. So
is your son woke?
No, he's not. But...
Is your son?
Not that I know. He's sleeping right now. Actually, he's sleeping.
Is your son having a relationship with Superman that we don't know about?
No, but I do have a friend who's actually going to be playing Damian Wayne in a fan film.
That's cool.
Boo! I hate Damian Wayne. I hate your friend.
Oh, Damian Wayne.
He's a kid, Saggy.
I hate your kid friend.
Saggy, there's no reason to hate Damian.
I blame the Poindexter Lounge 100%.
There's no reason to hate Damian Wayne.
Damian Wayne is an entitled little brat that has almost as bad as Jason Todd. They both have punchable. If I was to ever punch a child, it would be Damian Wayne.
It wouldn't be. He'd probably kill you. He's a top level assassin. So.
Yeah, well, he could assassin his fist in his face.
Yeah, I think
he wouldn't let you get that far.
Yeah, you'd be punching out the air.
I hate Damian Wayne. I hate him as Robin. I think.
Oh, I love him.
Why? I think
he annoys the crap out of me.
Saggy, wait, hold on, Saggy. Did you read the comics or you just watched the animation?
Dick Grayson's my bae, bro. He killed Dick Grayson.
Yeah, in the most horrible way ever. That was really, really bad.
Damian Wayne. I don't care. He killed Dick Grayson. He can eat a bag of peanuts.
It was in an alternate universe, though.
And I hope he has a peanut allergy. No, I don't
Saggy,
care.
that's an alternate
No,
universe.
About what he
That's
did to the
not
Joker.
canon.
You know
I
what?
don't care.
Can we talk about that real quick too? Like that's the biggest atrocity of like all these things about Tim Drake being supposedly bisexual is that they keep calling him the new Robin.
Yeah, he's been Robin for 28 years.
Robin
No,
for a
29
while.
years.
Right.
He's literally been Robin for 29 years.
You know
Can
what's
believe
funny,
that?
Enosh? You know what's funny? Somebody.
Now
I
there's
saw-
some fake news.
Here's the funny thing. You know what's funny?
Isn't he called Red Robin now?
Yeah.
He's literally older than RJ.
So Enosh, you want to hear something funny? So I was doing a stream about this topic earlier, and somebody had asked me in my chat like how people would feel about like because we were talking about racism and stuff like that. So it was like, how would they feel if like Joker was casted by a non-white person? I was like, you do know that the first Joker in live action was a Latino, right?
Yeah, you can see his mustache.
He wouldn't shave his mustache off.
But here's the funny part: if they were to make Joker and they had a Latino actor play Joker, they'd be like, "Oh my God, it's Joker!" I'm like, "Bro, y'all
never
don't
see his
remember?
face anyway.
You guys never seen Adam West's Joker? He was Latino. He was originally Latino.
It's like them losing their minds over Black Catwoman, when literally Eartha Kitt did it first.
Facts.
He was great.
In like what, the 60s, 70s?
Right, and she was
I-
right. She was great. Yeah.
Well, I had somebody argue with me once about how that she wasn't that good, and I'm like,
yeah, okay.
Oh yeah,
Really?
Joaquin Phoenix. Oh yeah, Joaquin Phoenix. I forgot that he was not white.
Plus,
plus Joaquin
Catwoman's black in the Harley Quinn animated show too. So it's like
I forgot about that. Joaquin Phoenix wasn't because he looks very.
Well, RJ keeps trying to tell us that he's Hispanic, and I never realized it until I saw a picture this weekend. I already said that at the top of the show.
Yes,
I thought he was just a white guy.
First of all, I didn't say that. Han said, "Don't you start."
No,
making
you
rumors.
said that
No,
too. Don't lie.
I just said you were very light skinned. You have the same skin tone on screen as Enosh, so that's all I was saying. Because you were like, "I'm not that white."
No,
well, you never see his
Get
face
on
half the
cam.
time.
Even no.
Get on
Hold
exactly.
Hold on.
Get on
hold
cam.
Hold on. I got to turn on my light. Hold on.
Okay, hold on a second. Before he gets on. Oh, okay. Is he ready to go? Oh, really, RJ?
What are you doing, dude?
Wait, why aren't you showing it?
Well, I mean, RJ. I'm sorry, RJ's messaging me right here. He has something to say, and dude, if that's what you want to do, sure. I'll let you do it, man. That's
I'm not
absolutely
getting
fine.
naked, Jesus.
No, nobody's no,
Wait,
no,
you're
man.
naked?
All right.
Please don't do this to me.
No, but I mean, well.
Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her, she dancing like a stripper.
That is the hell that Saggy knows.
Saggy the hero. The hero.
Look at the hands. Look at the hands. That
my
is
heart,
some
right there.
Look,
lamp.
you
It's a
look as
lamp.
white as Enosh,
It's a
bro.
lamp.
You look as light.
But I saw your pictures from your wrestling
You
thing.
are
Though. That was your
light
family
as
with you,
hell,
right?
RJ.
Yeah.
That was your dad, and your dad was your family with you at the wrestling event.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look how he's. I'm just saying he doesn't think he's light. Like here's the thing.
He
I'm
needs
not
to get
saying
some
he's not
sun.
Latino.
He's
right,
light skinned, that's all.
Right, he's light skinned, but he acted like he
gotta go
wasn't
outside.
light. We were like, RJ, you're light skinned. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm Hispanic. And we're like, bro, but you're still light skinned.
If you saw me in real life, I would look darker. It's because my lighting's terrible and the camera's bad. Okay.
Nah, bro.
It's
I
different.
said nah.
Saggy's wrong.
It's bad lighting. I'm telling you.
RJ's pink.
Bad,
Zeno.
I mean, I am a little pink, yeah.
yeah, bad lighting on your face because you're white.
Hey, dude, go to like a tanning salon or something. Like get a little sun.
No, just see
Yeah.
some sun. You don't gotta go to the salon. Just go outside.
Wow, man. People are fucking hard.
Look, he says he's not
No.
light. He's light.
Hey, RJ, why don't you give everybody a free one tonight?
Oh yeah, hold up. You don't have to pay for it.
You don't have to pay for this one.
Whoa, why are we standing up?
Wow,
What's
that's
happening?
true, dude.
What's happening? What is happening?
Yeah, that's cool.
Hey,
man.
hold on. Before you sit back down, I love the location of Wanda's.
Oh, she's
Right?
covering his nipples.
Those are magical nips.
I don't know what's happening anymore. You stood up and I didn't know where this was going. I was like, wait, what are you paying for?
When I was a young boy, I was self-conscious about my nipples. They are shaped like Malomars.
I understand that. So you have no
I got
idea how
pepperoni,
much
so.
I relate to that. I'm still very self-conscious about my nipples walk into the room before I do. So
Mine
it's a
are
very
shaped like Hershey Kisses.
mine. When I got my it's
officially that hour of the show, people.
I mean, yeah.
Right.
Enoch's just freaking face.
Like like when I got my nipple pierced, sometimes they gotta pull the nipple and pull it out and do all this stuff. Mine was
Enoch,
just straight.
do you not like Hershey Kiss nipples?
Right on through.
Is that what the problem is?
How did we were?
I can use them as weapons. They're sharp.
What the hell?
You mean I was in danger?
Glass.
You mean I was in danger tonight?
Yeah, burglar.
I could have been attacked by nipples.
You are right underneath them where they're resting, right behind your head.
I was in the same building with them.
I have chocolate nipples. It's fine. I have chocolate nipples.
Oh my
so
God.
I will say this though, for those of you who don't know, we have a viewer who every once in a while will give a super chat to just have RJ stand up on camera and show his T-shirt. And so
okay, all right, there
happens a lot.
He hasn't been rocking the Saggy Melon's official Saggy Shill shirt for a while.
There has been a couple times where he's just like, no, I don't have anything on, and we're like, wait, what?
Wait, why?
I'm not wearing a T-shirt. I'm wearing something else, So.
What the hell are you wearing? A friggin' crop top? A tank top?
Yeah, tank
white
top.
I mean, I don't have pants on, so.
You should totally show that though,
I'm wearing
because we need we need more melons on the stream.
Well, considering mine are bigger than yours, Saggy, I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know, right? Austin's face, that was my face too. I'm like, whoa, why are you saying that? That's not a good thing, bro.
Yeah, like, I gotta pull out so many of these. So I have to
There's all these clips.
They're like airbags. Freaking RJ he's about to fall. He freaking pulls the cord.
We are literally discussing breast size at 340.56.
All right, Austin.
Wait, hang on, hold on.
All right, we're just gonna move on and not talk about what we just saw on cam. So
we're gonna have nipple wars on the Poindexter Lounge.
William, don't act like we haven't already been subjected to Enoch's nipples. It's just we need a new nipple.
I feel very comfortable about the nipple talk. I feel like this
mine,
is the
but
point. What?
We get taken down.
I would show mine, but unfortunately the rules don't apply for women on this platform to show their nipples. So whatever, double standards, whatever.
I did not. So Dad Dude Vince, I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't know much about Twitch. I have tried to get in Twitch, but I'm not.
Well,
on Twitch,
I was gonna say Dad Dude Vince gifted me a sub to your channel, Enoch. So.
Oh, that's cool.
Basically, it's like a sub on Twitch. Where it's like a
speaking of which, I never got to thank you because I didn't notice it, but apparently you rated my Twitch stream one time, and I didn't notice it till like a couple days after. I was like, oh snap, when did Enoch raid my stream? You like rated it and said nothing.
Did he leave? That it was a bad rating or just a 1 star? Or
no, a raid. Like so William, when if you're streaming on Twitch and like you have a friend, like so if I'm streaming on Twitch and I see that Enoch is streaming. If I have like 10 people watching me, I can send those 10 viewers to Enoch's stream. Yeah, YouTube should incorporate that because that'd be kind of cool.
It'd be kind of
right. It'd be pretty fun because especially like people like who stream together like this. Since most of us here like we're all like YouTubers, we could like be like, oh hey, I'm done streaming. Enoch is streaming. Let's go over there because that's usually what happens anyway.
Dude, we would be like 8, 9, 12, 13 hours just sitting in front of the computer. Nobody would ever get any sleep. Nobody would ever go to work. Everybody would get fired from their jobs.
Yeah, I'm about ready to go.
Enoch is looking at nipples now.
I'm tired. Like, man.
Right.
Yeah,
I just realized I think I deleted Twitch off my phone actually. So
I had to
because
I just gotta turn the push notifications off.
So what's the difference between people following you and having a subscriber?
Following you means
so subscribers are kind of like join memberships in a sense. Like if you think about so like if somebody subscribes to you, they're just giving you money for the month or however long they want to be subscribed.
Yeah, they're paying you monthly.
Yeah, it's basically like the join membership on YouTube. So that's basically the difference.
Following would be just like subscribing.
Yeah,
like
following subscribers. Yeah, that's the difference.
Okay.
Subbing is like, again, being in a monthly membership where they pay.
And then you get this thing like Hype Train. So if a bunch of people sub to you or send you bits or gift subs or whatever, you get this Hype Train. And I think like I forget what it does at the end. Like if you get all the levels. RJ, do you know?
I was just like, no.
You get laid.
You get laid.
All right, I gotta use Twitch more often, man.
Where do I sign up?
Yeah, exactly. Twitch is moving over to Twitch.
I don't know why. RJ went there. I don't know why.
Twitch.com, Amaranth or
I
whatever.
don't
You can
know.
watch
It was
it
the
like a
first thing that came
microphone.
off the top of my head.
That's what she
Wow,
said.
man. That was a saggyism. I didn't expect that.
That's an saggyism. Is that a new word, William?
Yeah.
Can I
Saggyism, William?
can I ask
I
a
love it.
question? Why the hell is that your profile picture and your name?
Because Squid Games. Why not?
But it's just so weird. Why are you being weird?
Oh, it's kind of creepy though.
It's called being topical.
Did you?
Too topical.
It's called confusing people because Enosh had no idea who I was when I came in the back. He was
Yeah, you
freaked
scared him.
RJ figured it out.
Scared
in
him.
2 seconds.
But that's what I said. How many links are you giving to people where you have no idea who clicked it?
Sorry.
Well,
it's so
I'm
funny.
sorry when somebody comes in with the name
In the back.
Red
Comes
light.
in the back.
It comes in the back with the name Red Light, and you have that, and I've never seen you have the thing from Squid Game before, and I don't know that, I don't know who you are.
Don't you have the authentication turned on? You can check to see if who it is. So if you turn your authentication on before you start the stream, where people have to verify who they are, when you click on those 3 dots in the back room, it'll show you the YouTube channel name that's linked to the account. So you would see my YouTube channel name pop up, and you'll know it's me. That's how you verify.
That's a lot of work.
Well, I think I might have turned that off because I did a call-in stream or something like that. I don't know what I did.
Well, that's why they have it for people who do call-in streams, because at least you know who it is. You'll see the account name, so you'll know who it is. Although some people have exploited that and they just pick somebody in the chat and be like, "Oh, I'm going to use that person's name."
I know. How dare I? How dare I?
Actually, while William's here, real quick, I want to ask William a quick question. What are your thoughts on Home Sweet Home Alone, the Home Alone reboot sequel? And why do you think it was made? Because I don't understand why they'd make a movie that's literally the exact same movie as the first one. Why was that a question for
William, though?
Because William can answer the question about why a company would choose to make a movie like that.
What? You want my opinion or the business reason?
Both.
Laziness is my opinion.
Yeah, pretty much. Milking that cash cow.
And trying to repackage something to a different audience, but it's not a good trend, to be honest with you.
But my question is, right, this new Home Alone movie, Home Sweet Home Alone, why would anybody choose to watch this on November 12th instead of just going to watch the original, which is also on Disney Plus?
Because certain movies just don't age well in the eyes of corporate people. So, for instance, like The Crow. Why would you remake The Crow? For me, The Crow is a classic, right? Crow is one of the best comic book movies ever made as far as accuracy.
Yeah, amen.
All right, but it is 26 years old. So from a company's point of view, they feel that these movies don't age to the point where they can connect with a different demographic, but they believe it's a good idea. Whether I agree with that is a different level, but that's why they do it. That's why we get Hellraiser.
Can you argue that the Home Alone's timeless? You can just keep pumping out that first movie merchandise and it'd be
not
fine.
When you have, it depends on if you have a group of stars or a group of people that are in this generation that you can use to connect with that IP, then they want to go with that. They want to use that idea.
That's the weird thing too, is there's no new stars in this one.
Can I
There's
ask
no big
you,
names.
William, though, because now you are the wise one.
I'm a bone.
No, well, I was gonna say, to add to that, would you say that maybe they're also kind of just playing to the nostalgic factor, where they're trying to get things that people remembered and love and try to play off that nostalgia?
Well, they're looking at this. It's nostalgia and success. So if something was successful back in a certain amount of time, they look at it and see, well, we can do this proportionate to now. That clicked then, maybe it can click now, because some of the nostalgia doesn't change. So a generation that grew up with The Crow and have had kids doesn't necessarily translate. So there's really no nostalgia there. I mean, for me, you're not going to give me nostalgia by remaking and rebooting thing. You're probably just going to piss me off. And then the new generation may or may not connect. So I don't think I think it's flawed a frame of mind and it's prevalent.
I mean, my thing is like if you're gonna do another sequel to Home Alone, why not bring back Kevin McAllister? Why not bring back Macaulay Culkin and do a direct sequel to 2?
He's too old.
No, but you have it be about his kids or something.
Yeah, it could be about his kids being left alone. But they're not thinking
like have him be in a bigger role.
Well,
I
they
don't
should
think
call
Macaulay
it like
Culkin wants to do it.
they should
He's
be
totally
more
up
topical
for
with the title and call it the next one Home Alone No Way Home.
I saw that in the chat.
This falls into the category of movies that shouldn't be made. I mean,
all right.
Well, I'm just saying if you're gonna do Home Alone,
I liked it, Brian.
I'm just saying if they want to do a new Home Alone, the easiest way to actually make people care about it is if you bring back Kevin.
Yeah. Otherwise, the premise is stupid because just like the premise,
it's the same movie every single time.
The premise to me doesn't carry over without Kevin. It doesn't carry over. It's not relevant. So I don't know why they're doing it.
I mean, they did a Home Alone movie without Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, and it was terrible.
Yeah, they did a Karate Kid movie without
right, but I mean, it wasn't as good, but I enjoyed it because it was different. It wasn't like the worst Home Alone movie, but it also was around the same time frame. It wasn't too long, but I agree with everything William's saying.
Yeah, it's just it's a gimmick, unfortunately. That I wish.
Well, okay. To be fair, William, I did forget. They don't bring back Kevin. They bring back Buzz. Buzz is the cop in the new one. He's the cop who's investigating what's going on. But it's it's the same actor. It's like, okay, you brought back Buzz.
That's like doing Beverly Hills Cop without Eddie Murphy.
Listen, if we want a really good Home Alone remake, we can just have RJ Home Alone and have
according
him.
to some people, I am that child. I don't know.
Yeah, you could just we could just have RJ Home Alone and just watch him stream all day and be on all these panels. That's the movie.
Yeah, it'd be a boring movie.
No, it'd be great.
Well, he wouldn't be really alone though. He'd be on all the panels.
Yeah, but he'd be home alone. You get it home.
See, that's another thing. How are you gonna make a Home Alone concept work with the internet? Like he could just like voice chat somebody, go on FaceTime with his parents until they come back. Or something.
But see, here's the thing: when that movie was released, that's what I mean. I think the Matrix, the new Matrix movie is going to have that same problem. To be honest with you, it just doesn't have the wow. We just don't live in that era where that stuff wows us anymore. 8-year-old kids have better technology than Neo is using, walking around with his leather jacket and his sunglasses. We're just not wowed by these things anymore. And Kevin being home alone and anybody being home alone in 2021 is just not a big deal, unless you're going to have Macaulay Culkin and handing, otherwise, why do it? It's kind of stupid.
Listen, the only thing that they do in movies that still hasn't happened yet that could probably still wow us is flying cars, because I'm still waiting for that stuff to happen.
I'm still waiting for it. I got robbed in Blade Runner.
Right, I'm still waiting for that. I'm still waiting for lightsabers.
Fifth Element.
By the way, I know this wasn't really a topic or anything I talk about, just like real quick. What do you guys think about Alan Horn retiring finally?
Well, yeah, it was in the making for so many. He wanted to retire before, but
I didn't know that Warner Brothers ousted him. I thought he left Warner Brothers voluntarily.
It was ugly. Now, here's how that happened. Okay, so 2011, the knucklehead that was running the show then thought Alan Horn was too old, and he wanted the company to be ran by younger people, and that both of those people are gone. Guess who ends up replacing Alan Horn or got that position?
Toby Emmerich.
No, it was supposed to Kevin Tishara, because Alan Horn was the COO. He was supposed to move over to the CEO, and they thought he was too old. And Warner Brothers just.
I just think it's funny that Bob Iger literally pulled him out of retirement and said, "Come work for Disney and help us rebuild our live action film division," because John Carter bombed.
Yeah, at 2011, he wasn't really going to retire. He just got pushed out, and Iger said, "You're gonna leave this guy out here," and he snatched him up like a smart CEO would. I mean, what they did back in 2011 was stupid, and look what it led to. Look at the talent pool that sprouted out of what if Horn would have been there for all of this? Can you imagine what kind of world would DC WB world we live in if Alan?
You think Alan Horn would have that big of an impact?
Yes. Alan Horn is a mentor level guy. So many people whose careers right now that you guys talk about on a normal basis can trace their lineage to Alan Horn and what kind of mentorship that he had on the people. And look what he's done. He did for Disney just the same thing he'd been doing his entire career.
How do you think Disney's going to do without him? Because they're saying that they're not going to replace him. They're just going to have like each of the studios do their own thing.
They're realigning. But the problem is it's Chapek he's gonna have to change the way he's been.
I think
doing
Chapek's getting forced out. To be honest, I think the
I
board's
don't
gonna
know.
kick him out.
I could see that, but remember, Chapek had a lot of power even before the film division because he was in charge of all the parks and he had a lot of leverage. Because remember, people think that these Disney movies and these billion-dollar movies that's not where Disney makes their money. Disney makes their money off the parks. So he came from a division of Disney that held all the leverage. So now he has a film division and he's running it like he ran that, and it's not good. You know, that's where a company like WB could make up some ground just by having that guy there, because he there's not a lot of good stuff coming in contract negotiations and stuff like that. And what went on with Scarlett Johansson, things like that, what didn't happen under Iger and Horn. Those just things didn't happen, and they didn't get publicized. If there was a dispute, you didn't hear about it like this. It didn't get this ugly. You know, people get lawyers.
Well, that's why I think the board has a lot of concerns right now, to be honest.
Yeah, and then a lot of the stuff, like even with the strike we were talking about before, a lot of that's going to influence a lot of the way they do business, too. So it's Alan Horn, man. I wish he wasn't retiring. I wish DC could say, hey, you know what? I know you're old, but here's a suitcase full of money, and there's more where that came from. Why don't you come over here?
Isn't he like 78 though? How much longer can he physically work?
Yeah, you know what? Prop him up and give him a laptop.
Because the only thing that Alan Horn screwed up on, in my opinion, was the James Gunn thing. I think he screwed that up bad.
That was it, though. That was it. And that was a slip.
What?
And that's because, to be honest with you, he wasn't used to dealing with the kind of things that happen on social media when Twitter and things have been around for that much time. And they didn't know how to judge that situation. What they should have done is just let James Gunn say what he eventually said and said, you know what? I said something stupid. I typed something stupid. It was a couple of years ago, and that's it. Apologize and move on. And he immediately fixed the situation by hiring him back. But that's his only misstep. How many missteps has he had, though? Like literally one or one and a half. So I wish that they had not, those decision making in early 2010s, 2013 of Warner Brothers set the stage for all the Snyder stuff we've been dealing with and everything else. But yeah, that's my opinion.
Benson's here with a $2 or £2 super chat. Says Annie remake is a lesson on leaving classics alone.
Yeah, even
it's a hard knock life. It's a hard knock life.
Even the tagline for the new Home Alone movie, the tagline for the movie is "Holiday classics were meant to be broken." Like what? That's how you're gonna market your movie? With that tagline?
Alone in the dark.
This is for Disney Plus, though, right?
It's gonna come out on Disney Plus Day, November 12th, as one of their big premiere movies. Yeah.
Yeah. So
what is?
It's low risk.
Home Alone. Home Alone's going to be like on Disney Plus Day. They announced that it's going to launch on Disney Plus Day for you to watch.
Wait, hold on. And they said that holiday classics are made to be broken.
Yeah, let me show you the poster. Hold on.
Yeah, I've seen that. Now, if they were doing this in the cinema, I would be like, somebody's going to lose their job. Somebody's going to be out there mowing lawns.
That's weird.
But they're doing it on Disney Plus, so you'll never be able to measure failure, or
straight to video. Here we go. So this is the poster. That's the tagline right there.
So how is this a sequel though?
Because it takes place like there's some like Buzz is going to be in there.
It's in the same universe.
Yeah, it's connected to the original movies.
Okay. That's like doing a Cheers a continuation and only having Norm sitting at the bar.
Who's Buzz?
He was Kevin's older brother, the guy with the spider.
What?
Yeah, he's back. And he's a cop. He's the cop who's like who gets called in. Have you not seen the trailer?
No, I've not seen the trailer.
You should watch the trailer. It's really bad.
I don't think I want to see the trailer. If
it's pretty bad.
That nonsense.
But yeah, making a case again.
Stupid! You're so stupid!
Stuff like this hurts the case for sequels, and I think there's always a good case for a sequel if there's a good story to be told. But if there's not a good story, stop.
Well, this movie feels like a cash grab, man.
No. Home Alone stopped being a cash grab after the second movie.
It should have ended after the
Home
second
Alone
movie.
3. Home Alone 3 was a straight to video release.
Thank you, Vince.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that dude Vincent's gifted a lot of subs for Enosh's Twitch channel.
Yeah,
so
he did.
shout
I
out
just
to him.
noticed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, I had to say
that's
that real
awesome.
quick. I didn't mean to
Thank you.
interrupt.
I'm trying to log in because it's telling me though that if I change my password because I'm doing it on Twitch and it's not taking what I'm trying
Well,
to put
Twitch
in.
just had a hack. They just got hacked.
It says though that if I change it right now that it will stop the stream. So I'm gonna wait until after the stream to actually be able to look in and see what that is. So I appreciate that though. Thank you, that dude Vince. You're pretty awesome, man. Appreciate it.
So I take it Enosh, you will not be watching this on Disney Plus Day.
Or any other day for me.
I don't know that I Home Alone 1 through 5 watch party.
Hey, I watched the first.
The first two are great. The first two,
I watched the first one every Christmas.
How does that happen a second time though?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. The first one, lethal Home Alone weapon. Look, the first one is like, okay, how does that happen, right? You know, like, all right. The second one, you're like, who are these parents?
Yeah,
who
how
are
can
these
you be
parents?
this bad?
Yeah.
Well, you really want to depress yourself. The mom in Home Alone was supposed to be 36 years old.
Oof.
Yeah.
She wasn't even 36 at the time of the film.
Catherine O'Hara or whatever.
Just turned 45, but guys, that makes me feel very, very old. and like who at 36 has accomplished that much to own a house like that?
Kim Kardashian.
Weren't they like doctors or something?
Okay, no, I said accomplish something.
I was gonna say
I said accomplish
accomplished.
that. I said accomplish, not.
Accomplishment is in the eye of the beholder.
She was on
SNL, man.
in that one video.
I'll tell you this: she got there.
Hey, watch it with the video.
She got there. Well, at least she got somebody else there. At least.
Hey,
just saying.
I laughed, dude. He's watching the video.
I'm
now.
sorry. Did you guys watch Saturday Night Live this week with her on it?
I did.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, that was so.
Wait,
bad.
she hosted it?
I didn't need to see their entire family though. I mean, usually they get actors to play the family. They actually had the damn family.
Well,
Did you think that they weren't going to have her entire family
yeah,
there though?
Otherwise, the qualified cast going to do.
Was it funny though? At least was it at least
Was she
funny?
horrible?
Tell me what, her monologue was.
The
Her monologue was impressive.
Yeah.
But that's not to her credit. That's to her allowing the writers that wrote it for her to have
the
free range.
OJ jokes.
They
I'm
had,
like, ooh.
yeah, she had free range. She took some digs at Kanye, at OJ, at her family.
Her
it was
mom,
pretty. Yeah, her
who
mom.
was there?
Yeah,
her mom, who was there on the show. So yeah,
exactly. So
she was
that
wearing
was
some kind of glove or whatever. What was she
Can I
wearing?
just say I love Brian's lighting? It looks like the light of God is shining upon him.
Can I
This
show
is my
you
computer
because we were talking about horrible like headlines and stuff, and we just talked about this Home Alone thing, right? So this is what shows up for me just now.
Oh, that's false advertising.
What
Is that on
website
We
is
Got
from?
Discovered? That's on Big Freaking Robot, though, isn't it?
That's Big
Giant
Freaking Robot.
That's not your problem. That's your problem.
Giant Freaking Robot.
Is Giant Freaking Robot reliable or no?
No.
4%.
4%. They actually have their 2%
Because
higher than
me
We
and
Got
I think I talked about this on my stream. We talked about the trailer. Apparently, Macaulay Culkin said he's not in this reboot, although everyone's saying he has a cameo, but he's saying I'm not in it.
He
So,
has
I don't know.
Everybody told me Tony Todd was in it. So. Oops.
Well, who knows? Well, hey. Well, thank you all for the discussion tonight. I appreciate you all. It was great having everybody here tonight. I think that we got a lot.
Yeah, we got a lot done, and Enosh was not canceled. So
at least we don't know.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Not
and
yet.
yes, William, I made this.
He pulls these things like out of nowhere. It's hilarious.
In shock, absolute shock. Okay. Benson's here says in the UK we have our own McAllisters called the McCanns. Only their daughter never came back.
Ooh, ouch.
That's just sad.
That's a real story.
Thank you for that.
Ow. That took a turn for the dark.
The Dark Knight Returns
I remember
Home
that.
Alone.
Never mind.
Yeah, I just remembered it too. I just remembered it too.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh my gosh. The Dark Knight Returns Home Alone. And forgets his keys.
It's Bane instead of listens to Robbers.
Mr. Wayne. Canceling Ash. There you go. All right. Well, hey guys, thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you all for joining us, man. We still had 40-something people watching. That's awesome. Truth. Thank you for being here tonight, man. It's good seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while.
Me, man. It was awesome.
Absolutely, man. Why don't you tell everybody where the good people can find you, Truth?
You can find me on Twitter at Truth31The. You can find me on Instagram at Truth31. You can find me here on YouTube at Truth31.
Hey, should I be hiding my face too, man? Because I don't.
No, because I would sue you for copyright infringement, so don't do it.
Stupid.
Hey, and this is a funny combo right here. You got Ozzy Osbourne says Satan saved him from COVID-19. And
I believe that.
Of course, Demi Lovato says calling extraterrestrials aliens is offensive. So, speaking of offensive aliens, right here.
Oh, wow.
Hey, he showed up tonight.
Enosh is going to get canceled after this stream.
Austin showed up tonight. I'm so happy Austin actually made it to an event we held. I teared up, and Bradley was there too. And
he did cry. He cried in front of me. It was beautiful.
We went and saw that awful movie, and then I cried after that too. So.
Jay Money here. The Dark Knight Returns Home Alone. Is that a movie about the night Robin is murdered?
Wow, we got some dark individuals in this chat room, man.
Oh, and by the way, Alien, where can they find you, buddy?
Yeah, you can find me over at new channel, Little Big City Studios Network. So you can find that up. We'll have some videos up this week and stuff. But yeah, over on YouTube, Little Big City Studios Network, and on Twitter, you can find me at AlienLB1023.
All right. And just because I'm equal opportunity and I forgot to do it before, this is Truth blown up, so you can see his 300 poster and some comic books there in the back, and he's got that that Nightwing shirt on there.
There you go, the Nightwing hoodie, my boy.
Right, exactly.
Thank you, Zack Snyder, for killing him.
Yes. Don't do it. Don't do it, Truth. Truth, don't do it. It ain't worth it, man. They'll come after you too, bro. If you start defending the fact, no, dude, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. The Twitter will come after you hard. No, but
hell hath no fury.
Super chats to look at his hoodie. Speaking of super chats to look at somebody's hoodie, RJ, you want to tell them where they can find you, sir?
Yeah, you can find me.
It doesn't matter where we
Oh wow!
Don't do him like
you know,
that.
she's getting
Cut him down.
Damn, bro.
No, you can find me at
Nowhere.
Resident Justice on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Pretty.
Oh yeah. I was just wondering if he was gonna hear it. He's gonna know that I muted him.
You just strobe lighted it. That's hilarious.
I'm just okay. Where can they find you now?
You can find me at. Okay. You can find me at Resident Justice on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. So, pretty easy to find.
All right. Cool. Let's see. Oh wait! Somebody yell Shazam and wake him up! The lightning strikes. Whoa! Hey now.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
You can find me. You can find me wandering around Las Vegas, or on Google Sci-Fi. Wearing this particular shirt. Or that
one. I love that picture so much, man.
That's like the best. I caught him at the best time when he was yelling at Enosh.
I don't think I was yelling at Enosh.
You were yelling at Enosh that night. That was funny.
What was it about?
You were yelling at me?
I forgot. Yeah, you guys were like arguing over
yelling.
something.
It was more like him saying something impassioned.
Nah. Well, no. William was kind of like heated, and then Enosh got a little heated. It was a heated discussion. I remember that night. That's why he looks like he was in mid yelling at Enosh, because he was.
What?
Yeah.
It never gets heated on this show.
Yes, it does. You and Enosh have heated debates.
I've never gotten crazy on this show. What are you talking about?
I don't know. That finger suggests otherwise.
I've never gotten crazy.
I was trying to do something on my screen. I was trying to.
Look, I have never seen us get into any kind of horrible debate or mass debate or anything.
Across the country, the mass debate is intensifying.
People are very passionate on both sides of the great mass debate.
The partisan mass debate is heating up.
Mass debate's growing.
The president is trying to have us cover the mass debate.
CVS, Target, and Walgreens are getting in on the mass debate.
Pop it. Twist it. Roll it. Roll it. Harder. I said harder. Why'd you stop?
I don't have those shit weights on here.
What is this?
Harder.
Harder. Yeah.
Where do you find these
I said harder.
It's called TikTok.
What? What do you mean? Where did I
Why
find
do you
what
have
clip?
all these pictures still?
What are you talking about?
Where can they find you, Saggy?
In your basement, locked up. Please help! Send help! He doesn't feed me.
I don't have a basement, Saggy.
In the attic, then wherever I'm stashed somewhere. I don't know where I am. I'm blindfolded. Saggy Melons everywhere with a Z.
With a Z.
Everywhere.
With a Z.
It's
Do
that
not type
freaky
an
shit.
S. Do not type an S.
Although I don't know, I think with the algorithm, if you type it with the S, you might still get me. I don't know. Somebody
Okay.
try that out.
All right.
Somebody try it out. Let me know.
We don't want that other Saggy.
Oh man.
Camera 1, camera 2. Camera 1, camera 2.
Die.
Which looks better?
What are you staring at?
Number
there?
1?
Or number 2.
I feel like I'm like the eye doctors.
Number 1? Or number 2?
No, by the way, for the record, at least with my picture here, you guys will always know if Enosh changes anything in the room, because you will see what it looked like a few months ago, and if you look at it now, you can see if anything's changed.
When I rob him, half of it's going to be gone. So
I see there in the corner over there on the right that Jolene was over there. She must have been taking a nap there.
Yeah.
Boba Fett
Man.
went from one side to the other.
Yeah. That's the best thing. Yeah. See, it doesn't look the same.
Cyborg's not there. He disappeared.
Cyborg's gone.
Cyborg's there. Cyborg's kind of bent over right now.
Yeah, your room looks more cluttered back there. Wait, why is he bent over? It's Superman's there. See, Superman is bisexual.
He was creating his own story. Enosh was making his own stories. Enosh was trying to bring the representation before everybody else got on
Enosh was the reason why they made Superman bisexual, because he was already. Did you send him the script? Is that what it is, Enosh? You were playing around in your room. You're like, yeah, I see a Cyborg over there bent over near Superman. This is an idea for a new comic book. Let's go. And you said
this is what we call a nosedive into hell.
Listen, I'm just saying suggestions have been made on the stream tonight, and I'm very confused. What?
I haven't even had time to rinse off that gunk the Joker's girl squirted on me.
Get this man to a hospital now!
Okay, dude, seriously.
So, Saggy, did you tell everybody where they could find you?
Yes.
Yeah,
sanitarium.
Okay. Well then,
with an S.
Wait, hold on. I literally looked at this and thought that this was the real one. For a second, like for half a second, and then I looked at it and I was like,
well, you know. Well, you can find me at my channel, Brian Master of None, where tomorrow at noon Pacific, I will be showing off a little bit of my love for food. So
Brian
join me
Master.
for Brian Master of Noms.
Is this a family show?
Master of Noms?
Yes.
Master of Noms.
That's
Love it.
great. By the
Come
way,
on down. It's all Rhea's idea.
Awesome.
She's the
That's
best.
great. I just want to say too, real quick, for those of you confused about the Brian picture, the funny story is that that screenshot was taken when Brian was literally stuck in that position for at least 10 minutes. So I
was playing 7 Days to Die.
Right, and the funny thing is, after I changed the profile to this, we were literally in a panel next to each other like this, and Brian still held that same position, so nobody knew who was the real Brian for at least a while, because neither one of these panels moved. It was funny as hell.
It was great.
It was great. That was like the best stream ever. I have to go back and clip that because that was hilarious.
Master of Num Nums.
Master of Num
Oh my god.
Master of Nom Nom.
Oh my gosh. And of course, you can find me and the Poindexter Lounge all over the internets, just at Poindexter Lounge. Search us out. All the links to all of our stuff is in the description below, as well as links to the many different ways that you can join up with the channel. Like our newest. Whoops, hold on a second. Where'd they go?
Sorry, I'm really tired.
You all right? You all right? Okay,
No,
hold on a
good.
second.
I'm
Like our two newest members, Cinefinity and Beyond, and Green Vase. Thank you for becoming member. Thank you for becoming members. Green Vase actually became a member off of a live stream, so they weren't on it. So when I looked, I was like, oh my goodness, look at there, somebody became a member. So you don't have to wait for a live stream to become a member. I mean, just we see you pop up and we can highlight it, but we'll always highlight it for sure. And thank you. Right. And so don't forget those of you who are and who gave super chats tonight. Thank you to everyone who did that. And anybody who is a member, a patron, or gives super chats this week, you are in the running for this bad boy right here. The long Halloween. This can be yours. Whoops. This can be yours. If you read it backwards, the whole thing undoes itself.
I thought you were flipping it upside down on purpose, so I was very confused.
Does it say Paul is dead if you read it backwards?
Yes.
I was so confused. I'm like, why is he flipping it upside down?
He's trying to help you read it, Saggy. Leave him alone.
Sorry.
All right, we've reached the point of delirium.
I didn't think that was that funny. Okay.
She started at that point. You didn't reach that.
Is it time to get naked?
At that point.
Well, no.
And we'll see you next week on the Muppet Show. Yay!
Hey Saggy, hey Saggy, how does it feel to get shit on?
By a frog.
He literally did that on purpose, so Kermit would do that to you. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, that dude, Vince, you can. You all right, Granny?
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that at all.
She left the room. She's left the room.
Well, folks, I've done my job for the night. Don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. And don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter either. But seek to have good conversations. She's going to keep laughing long after the program goes off and we are in the back room just talking afterwards. But that means I have completed my content for today. And so seek to have good conversations as we talked about, though, tonight. And seek to get along no matter who you are, where you're from, what your sexual orientation, what color you are. It doesn't matter what part of the world you're from or who you voted for. People are people. Treat people just like that. So there you go.
I hate the word content. When people say they're putting out content, it means they're putting out garbage filler material because they have nothing to say. With that being said, I have now completed my content for the day.
Stay nerdy.